Okay, good morning, chiefs and delegates, observers. We're going to get started with our day. We're going to start with the drum opening song, and then we're going to move to the opening prayer with Barney. I was thinking about Barney last night. I'm going to ask him to say a prayer tomorrow. Drum first. So, drum song first. Good morning to all of you. If everybody could stand, please. I know, I was thinking about Barney. I'm gonna ask him to do prayers. you for the beautiful song. Elder Barney Batiste. Half an hour head start.
That's what I told him. Yeah, you can be a half an hour head start. I bid you all a good morning. It's another day where we can exercise those gifts that the Creator has given us. And we had a ceremony this morning with Anna Betty. So nice of her to bring her gifts and to have a pipe ceremony. To start the day was really nice. But what she reminded me was what I had said first morning we got here, and that's the story of my life where my parents, about building it right, what my dad had taught us to build it right. And a part of that story is that we did live in the bush for a while, in a tent. And my dad used to say that the tent is where we live. And that if you don't build it right, of course it'll leak. And if you don't build it right, then we have to live there and we'll all suffer. And the story of that goes on to what we're doing today. That if we don't build things right, we all suffer. Every one of us, if we don't get it right. So we have to get it as correct as we can so that we can live in a good way. And that's a difficult task. And one of the things that's happening here, that I hear anyway, the conviction of the chiefs around the table about what their needs and wants are. Very direct in what they're saying. And we must follow suit so that we can make those decisions in a good way. It's so important. I've heard so many things yesterday about what we should be doing and how we should be doing it. So the roadmap is there. It's just for us to do it, but to build it right. And to build it right is a hard task. It's not easy. It needs the help of everyone. It's, we're all in this together. As Chief Corson had stated, he said it's unity. We're in it together and we have to do it together. If we don't, we most likely will fall into failure. And then that's not getting it right. And so we need to concentrate on that. And so again, we ask the Creator to be with us in this gathering, and that we thank Him for the day that He's given us. We thank Him for the gifts that He's given us. We ask Him to look after us and to give us guidance as we make decisions on the people that we're serving. We ask Him to look over our right shoulder and give us the blessing to bless us and the words that we are about to use. We ask Him to continue to look over the families that we have back home and the people that we're serving. We ask Him to look after the ones that might be suffering on this day, those that might be sick and in hospitals, those that might be suffering from mental health and other things. So we ask the Creator to look after them. We ask the Creator as well to look after those that might have lost a loved one. So many times we hear from our nations back home where we've lost somebody through some accident, or it's so sad. And so we ask the Creator to look after those that are taking care of such matters and to give them good guidance and to give those people help. And for us here on this day, as the Creator has so kindly given us another day and gives us another opportunity to exercise, as I say, the gifts that He's given us, we ask Him as always to, just simply look after us as we move along, to take care of us, each in our own needs, the women, youth, chiefs, counselors, proxies, just to look after us. That's what we asked. And bless us as we continue our journey. Give us the strength. Give us the generosity that we need so that we might help one another. So having said all that, then we might start our meeting in this circle, and again, treat each other kindly, and then I think we will get to where we want to go. Miigwech to all. Miigwech. Very tired this morning. Thank you, Bernie. Chris Barnes. That was good. Thank you for the message.
Miigwech Barney and miigwech to the drum for getting us started in a good way. And thank Creator for the beautiful thunder and the rain. I didn't hear the thunder, I slept right through it, but saw the rain and it's refreshing. So we do have a couple of announcements first. I think it's today at noon there will be an alarm, and we don't have to leave, right? So there'll be a fire alarm, there'll be a test, so when it goes off, we don't have to leave the building. So that's noon. So at noon today there'll be a fire alarm. And also there's a couple of changes to the agenda that I'm going to put out there. The social services update was supposed to be at 11, so we're just going to switch the two, if that's okay with the chiefs. The other one will be at 10, so social services update will be moved to 10 a.m. and NAN housing strategy will be moved to 11 a.m. And we do have a special guest in the room, and Grand Chief has asked if we can give Saul Mamakwa a few minutes to address the assembly. If that's okay with you all, we'll do that. But I'm just going to do a quick recap of yesterday. I'm going to make it quick because we want to get into context of the meeting. So day 2 began with the drum, the opening song with the elders' prayer. We got right into the treaty relationship MOU discussion presented by Luke Hunter. There was a reference to resolutions that gave the mandate to do this work. And it's the discussion was around how the treaty is not being honored, and the MOU is not a renegotiation of treaty, but part of the initial stage and process to set up a treaty table. And then we got into the next agenda item, which was sustainable initiatives, which includes all the economic development, environmental ones that we have, like climate change, nuclear waste. There was a lot of discussion about that. And that was presented by Deputy Grand Chief Victor Linklater. Many initiatives are in the starting stages. We all need to share best practices and celebrate our wins. Would like to see an economic summit to that effect. We should also be concerned and involved with everything that's happening in our area. Is what he presented. The duty to consult and accommodation, and how to engage chiefs and communities at grassroots level. That was the focus of his presentation. Then we got into the in-camera session that was presented and led by Chief Keeter Corson, along with Westway Law and David Flood. And then Bobby Narcisse, Deputy Grand Chief Bobby, and Julian Faulkner gave a presentation on the education MOU and the education reset table that has been initiated, and the steps that there's going to be a lot of consultation in order to get this started. And it's for the presentation of resolution. I believe it was 2204, giving the mandate to set a Chiefs Committee on Education and to approve the terms of reference for this work. And then we got into the opiate crisis presentation led by Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty with the coroner, Dr. Dirk Heyer, and they gave an update as to the number of opiate-related deaths in our area, in our region. And then there was an opportunity given to the police chief also to talk about how important it is that all areas begin to work together to deal with the opioid crisis. It's not only a policing matter, but it's also health, it's social, it's child welfare, and how those can be interlinked. and the challenges they have in their service providing policing. And then there was a really fast presentation by the Minister of, well, I still call them Indian Affairs, but ISC. The poor translators had to try to keep up, but she gave a presentation on the different initiatives that they're working on, and there was an opportunity for chiefs to address the minister, Patty. And she did say that she's receptive to having chiefs, reach out to her, being someone that's grew up in our region and understanding a lot of the issues that we go through. And she highly praised the work of Nan. That Nan is very well known for the groundbreaking work they're doing for communities of our territory. And then we got into the last item, which is the emergency response management trilateral table that was presented by, led by Grand Chief Derek Fox, who introduced Mike McKay. And then there was a presentation given by Ann Scotton on how they are approaching emergency measures in our region. So that basically was the day yesterday. It was a very full day, and really appreciate the patience of the chiefs to be able to sit all day and take in all this information, and yet you have your communities that you still have to work for. Been there, done that, and I understand. So with that, I would like to give the time now to our MPP to address the Assembly. So.
Bonjour, Wajie. Nin so mama kwa ndizini kazi wetu kisikwensi of Gdoji. When she introduced me, she said I'm the MPP, but I'm the candidate. Like as soon as the writ drops, I'm not an MPP, I am a candidate. Kana gesa bogo ewi pusukea, omaga bijan, ewa jem nago kuma kayak. I'm just here to say hello, send greetings. I was up in Kingfisher Lake, Kitchener Supininoak and Casablanca Lake 2 days ago. And I remember just watching the land, watching the lakes, the rivers. And I was thinking about the plants, the animals that are there. We are so rich. And I thought about the people that we serve in our communities. We are so strong in our languages. We are so strong in our ways of life. We are so strong in our identity. And then that's what I think about those when I'm traveling around in the north. I'm here again. I'm a candidate for the riding of Kiwetnuk. It's been an experience. It's been an experience the last 4 years being in the provincial legislature. I see how First Nations are treated on reserve. I see how oppression works. I see how colonialism works. I see it in action. I see children cry when they just want water. I see that happen. So I think it's been an interesting last 4 years, and for those of you that are in my riding, I'm looking to travel to the north. I'm looking to travel to your First Nation. I'll be around the next most of the morning. If you want to schedule a trip to, I think I got 24 or 21 First Nations that I have to travel to. So if you're interested in doing a community visit, I'd be very honored to visit your communities. I know we are at different levels of restrictions, travel restrictions in the First Nations. So I'm around. So I think one of the things, like I talked about oppression, I talked about colonialism earlier. And the more oppressed we are, the stronger we become. Awashme kake debenimuk yank, awashme timamo gabo yank, timamo mashko gabo yank. Migenina ko isbak senumian, nandwendaman kidan shniminanak, chipaziguiwat. I think about nationhood. I think about coming together as nations. We are not communities, we are nations. And I know right now, today, because of COVID-19, governments want economic recovery. And where are they looking? Is the north. The lands and the resources, I talk about how rich we are. They are looking to the north, which will have an impact on our ways of life forever. And what is the cost of our way of life? What is the cost of our languages? What is the cost of our identity? Because we are the land, we are part of the land is part of us. We are one. I think about that sometimes when I listen to people about, I don't know what that cost is. I have no idea. But anyway, I just wanted to share those thoughts. When I was a Kingfisher, I took these bingo dabbers with my campaign name on them, whatever. Like people just went crazy over there. So hopefully I can see you guys in the north. It's been fun. It's been hard. So I just miigwech everyone. Modest, I got a young man from northern Saskatchewan helping with my campaign. Can you bring 3 caps for me? His name is Modest Mackenzie, and I've been traveling with him the last couple of days, and I didn't realize that he was in northern Saskatchewan, that he was a champion jigger, and he's been teaching me. By the time I'm done, I'm going to be a professional jigger. But anyway, I had these honored the treaty hats for. I gave one to Derek before, but I wanted to. I know Anna Betty, Deputy Grand Chief. I remember you invited me to Brantford, and I promised you that I would give you a cap. So I'm going to give you these caps. I think I got to get extra large for Bobby there. All right. It's good to be together again in person. So, Mawat Madadu Shadimugwa, Egomina Gaknagwa Chimnawa, Mio Gakna Kamamo, we didn't keep it the men, we had to basically, Kanshniwing, Timamo, Mamu Gabiak, Equinoga Pizza, Equinoga Washmebugo, Equinoga went to go to Tukani do Damwatch. They pretend they're our allies. Tukani do Damsa, Tukan is how to go to Ganang. Kishmigot. All right.
It's not a hat.
Miigwech ndana Saul mamakwe miawe gaben batuj Ontario gumaunang miigwach gaben batunanung. So thank you very much, Saul Mamakwa, candidate for the Kiwidnuk riding under the NDP party. So thank you very much for that presentation. So again, just a reminder, we're going to do a little switch on the agenda. We're going to do the social services update before the NAN housing strategy. So I'm going to ask Bobby to bring up his hat that he was just gifted with. So Bobby Narcisse will do the social services update.
Yeah. Let's put this little hat here in front of my, so everybody can see. Here we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse. I'd like to acknowledge the drum this morning and our elder for doing the prayer this morning as well. And I'd like to acknowledge Saul Mamakwa's little hat here. And I know Saul's a short man and everything, but he has a big heart and everything. And I want to say Chimigwech for giving me this hat. I think Derek can't fit his either, so that's good though. It's great. Honor the treaties. Here we go. Miigwech Saul. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to give a brief update. I know it's day 3 regarding social services. And I want to tie in a lot of the discussions that were happening over the past couple of days. I know during the opioid crisis presentation, I know there was different ways of how do we move ahead in terms of dealing with many of these situations in our First Nations communities. So I know under our department in social services, we have a dedicated staff that is working to work with community partners at the community level to really look at how we could better coordinate services at the community level to ensure that there are supports in place for our community members, our children, youth, and families as well. I'd like to bring up our Director of Social Services just to come and introduce herself. She just came in to our team in January, and she brings a wealth of knowledge and experience within Child and Family Services, not just child welfare, also working with our families to overcome some of these challenges. So I just want to briefly give an opportunity for her to introduce herself, and she's been an integral part of the team for the past few months, and I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge her and all of her gifts that she brings to the role. She has a large team, which is great, and she provides that good leadership for that. So I just want to introduce our Director of Social Services.
Good morning, everyone. Wajay. It's nice to see you all. Deputy kindly told me at breakfast that he wanted me to come up and say a few words, so I'm learning real quick that you have to kind of be on the fly around here. But I am honored to be here. My name is Robin Kwachkin. I've lived in Thunder Bay for the past 25 years or so, but I grew up in Moose Factory, Ontario, and I have roots in Saskatchewan, Ontario. My mother is from there. I am coming external from NAN. I haven't been NANified, I guess, as of yet. It's been a huge learning curve for me, learning process. I'm enjoying it, really starting to get used to it now. I've heard a lot about NAN through, throughout my early teenage years, adult years, through my stepfather, David Fletcher, one of our elders. And I'm proud that my daughter, Taya, represents our youth through Shkatazik Council. So, but actually being in this role since January, I didn't realize the extent of the work that is done, the extent of work that's required for voices to be heard, and for changes to be made. So I'm happy to represent the East and come together with the West to have our voices heard at such a high level. And I do bring a lot of experience. I've grown up in a remote community. My experience is in child welfare. I've worked the front lines. I know how difficult it is. So I'd like to hope that I bring that kind of experience and that I'll be able to do a good job in this short term that I will be here at NAN. So Gichmigwech for having me here. It's nice to meet you all and to see a lot of familiar faces, and I know that I'll be speaking with a lot of you over the past, or over the next course of this term. So, we got you.
Thank you. Robin Quadrigan, everyone. Thank you. So I just want to touch up on a few things that's happening within social services. And like I said, I want to bring also some perspective and opportunities and ideas that perhaps you could take back to your communities in terms of some of the existing resources that are available. But I know we have to identify other areas and other supports available to our children, youth, and families, both on and off reserve, with respect to social services. And the need that many of our executive here, we acknowledge and understand that many of our work overlaps. And so we try to ensure that we coordinate those different services that are available for our First Nation communities. Even within Nishnawbe Aski Nation itself, we hold regular meetings called ISH meetings, yeah. So ISH stands for Education, Social, and Health. Well, I guess we could have called it SHE, it would have been better, we called it ISH, so it's an opportunity where our directors come together from health, from social, from education to identify, okay, well, we have these different resources for the community at the community level, how could we coordinate that? Our offerings always include, like, for example, Choose Life. You know, Choose Life program is mandated to really support community members for combating suicide, but also could be utilized in such other areas for mental health. You know, doing those land-based healing, also being utilized to even address different challenges that may arise, emergencies, you know, like Choose Life could be evolved at the community level to help in that regard. So we also want to ensure that, you know, Choose Life is moving ahead through our agreement in principle process with our bilateral table with the federal government. We have ensured and also secured the fact that Choose Life will go on as evergreen funding in moving ahead. And it could be utilized in different ways. You know, like I said, like not everybody goes out on the land. It could be also determined how that's going to be evolved within your individual communities. And we have a team of Choose Life staff that are there as a resource to help your Choose Life workers in each of our communities to help develop that. So we have a staff that is there for technical support. I know they have regional gatherings. We are planning an AGM of Choose Life coming up, I believe, this fall. We'll be getting information to you out that. And that's an opportunity where all of our Choose Life workers, all of our coordinators, even our leadership could come together and take a snapshot of where Choose Life is at. How's the program running? What is working? What's not working? And how could we evolve in terms of evolving Choose Life programming within our communities? We've also assisted our various tribal councils with their individual Choose Life applications as well. So our tribal councils also have an opportunity and access to have Choose Life programs as well. And so we're also happy to really invigorate those programs and support those programs in moving ahead. And above all, they are community-based, and these are different areas that we have secured through our negotiations with Indigenous Services Canada. And another area I just wanted to also follow up to is the Family Wellbeing Program. We also have, you also have, most of your communities do have the Family Wellbeing Program, and it's under our Social Services Department. Again, the Family Wellbeing Program looks at developing healthy relationships. We heard yesterday around the Chief's circle here and bringing the fact that, you know, many of our family units need a lot of help, a lot of support as well. We heard it from the NAP's presentation as well, that you know, some of the challenges and some of the calls that they're coming to are also with respect to domestic violence. And so how do we resource and create those safe spaces for families, children, youth to go to? And how do we move ahead to overcome some of these challenges as well? So the Family Wellbeing Program and the Family Wellbeing staff is also there for parent supports. They do life skills. They do community events. You know, summer's coming up as well. It's time to celebrate as communities and within your own individual First Nations to look at how you could utilize family well-being at the community level. As well, you know, like same thing with Choose Life. You know, there's opportunities there where you can maximize the resources at the community level to ensure that resources are going to our children, youth, and families wherever they may reside as well. So another thing very quickly too, is moving right along, is Jordan's Principle. You know, our Nishnawbe Aski Nation community members face a lot of challenges. We heard about that, but some of the areas that we really want to focus on is the fact that it's difficult for many of our families to access Jordan's Principle. And Jordan's Principle is supposed to be an expedited process to help our families access those special needs, those different areas within that they may need for health or mental health reasons as well. So we have a Jordan's Principle support staff at Nishnawbe Aski Nation, always willing to help and assist in Jordan's Principle support of your community members in accessing Jordan's Principle supports wherever needed. And we bring it back to our bilateral table with the Indigenous Services Canada, that Jordan's Principle has to be taken to task by Indigenous Services Canada, by the Crown, to ensure a steady time frame in terms of accessing those supports. And like I said in my presentation yesterday, we need to cut the red tape. There's too much red tape. Why do our families, our children with special needs have to go through all these hoops just to get to access to this very important resource? So we continue to push and also ensure that supports are going to our children through Jordan's Principle in a very timely manner. And we're always open to assist any community member or First Nations leadership on these particular areas as well. Another exciting opportunity in terms of that goes right to the community is the Band Rep program, now the First Nations Representative program. I can't stress this enough, chiefs, and everyone that's on the virtual screen here, that you know, there's so much potential that we could evolve the Band Representative program. It's a program that's a liaison between the First Nation, the family, whatever organization or child and family service agency. It's an opportunity to assist your members on reserve and even off reserve as well. You know, we see that various First Nation communities are opening up offices in urban centers for the benefit of their families who are living in urban areas. We hear of tribal councils also securing band representative funding to help support their member communities. And so we are working with our tribal councils, and we invite our First Nation communities who have not yet developed their band rep program or still evolving to contact us as well, our office, to see how we could help develop these band First Nation representative services as well. Because like I said earlier, I know you all get calls from nation members from urban centers saying, you know, I need some basic needs. I need food. I need, I'm behind on my rent, or my child is involved in the child and family service system. So those are some tools that you as First Nation community members could also access. And one thing also with the First Nation representative program is that you have access to legal advice. If you need legal support, this is the First Nations representative program has resources for that as well. So again, I like to mention that this is an opportunity, like even at the community level, where you could have interagency or interdepartmental meetings in terms of maximizing the resources that are currently available. We know that there is a lot more that needs to happen. There needs to be more investments within infrastructure, capital. We heard it many times before too. Okay, well, all this money is going straight to the First Nation community. I don't have anywhere to house them. Where are these people going to work? So those are different areas that we really need to also push for in terms of infrastructure and capital investments that are required to really service our children, youth, and families at the community level. And we're currently working with Matawa. They're having their band rep, or First Nations representative forum or summit happening in a couple of weeks. It's a virtual online forum, so we're working with Matawa Tribal Council and their First Nations and in looking at how well to develop this particular area. So we want to have a NAN-wide summit as well in terms of looking at the First Nations representative program. And so, but one last thing too, like I said, it spills into different areas. You could utilize it for education, you could utilize it for health, and justice needs as well. So those are areas that are open to the First Nation communities with respect to all the supports that are currently available. I had breakfast with our youth council this morning, which was very good. And I'm very delighted to have the youth council and youth portfolio under our department as well. And again, I know the fact that COVID and really hindered a lot of the youth council's work over the years, and they want to meet together. They want to have that voice. They want to come to our individual Chiefs Committee meetings to bring that youth voice as well, and that's what we want to also encourage as well. We're looking at the membership of the Youth Council. I know we want to be representative also of our various tribal councils in each area of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. I know that we're missing some youth representation, from example, Waban communities as well. So we want to ensure that we have representation from all of our tribal councils within the youth council. So we'll be looking at the list and the terms of reference of our youth council to see that we have that representation as well, because they have a voice, and we have to really foster that voice to really come to our Chiefs Committee meetings as well, to ensure that we are setting the groundwork and the foundation, because it's cliche, but they're the next generation. They'll be sitting around over here as well. So we want to make sure that there's a good opportunity for our youth council to participate in different strategies as they move forward. So as well, we want to encourage all these different things within the youth program, like youth culture camps. How do we support community youth initiatives in moving ahead? I also have under social services, we have sports and recreation. I know that we want to also look at NAN-specific sports initiatives as well. We know that there's like Ontario Games coming up, NAG, the national sports body that's having their games as well. We want to ensure, how do our athletes get an opportunity to participate in these events? Like many of our communities are fly in, and that's a really big challenge for many of our youth and our athletes to participate. So we want to ensure, we want to make a pathway forward to ensure that our young people and our athletes have that same opportunity at the community level as well. And also encouraging too, not just sports too, like, there's many of our individuals are artists, painters, singers, dancers, trying to explore all those different opportunities that are always available in urban centers. But how could we also develop that at the community level? I know we're always managing crisis at times. I know that's that is reality too. But I think it's really important too to look at ways to, really invest in a lot of the community programs and needs and wants of our youth as we move ahead. And I'm looking forward to working with the Youth Council and our youth programs and our leadership here in supporting many of those initiatives. So with that, that's our social services update. Please give us a call on any of these areas. We are happy to support, happy to be that technical support as well. And if we don't know the answers, we'll help you find them. And so well, that's our role. We're, as Nishnawbe Aski Nation, we're an advocacy body. We're here to help in terms of our particular areas within social services as well. So I know tonight's going to be a very stressful night for me. I know it's, my Bruins are on the brink, but I know the Leafs did a pretty good win there. But all you hockey fans, we should be an interesting evening. So with that, miigwech, and enjoy the rest of your day. So.
Very good. Questions?
Oh, yeah, questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Grand Chief. Any questions? Great. I see some hands up. Chief Batiste.
Yeah, I guess I just want more clarification. When you say community-based on Choose Life or family well-being, you said that we can extend beyond the First Nation itself?
Yeah, so Family Wellbeing also has evergreen funding. That's a provincial funded program. It could be developed as the First Nation sees fit. And like I said, we have support staff as well to help develop it. Choose Life is going to continue as well, so you can include that in your community wellness plans, that Choose Life could be developed how the community sees fit. And like I said, even some of your tribal councils are accessing it as well to complement the work that's happening at the community level.
So then we practically can go beyond our First Nation then, eh?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Wherever your community members are, you could develop it like that. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Proxy Matthew.
Good morning, Miigwech, proxy for Wawagabon. I just have some questions about the Choose Life as it pertains to Jordan's principle. There are a lot of things that seems to be overlapping, like activities or certain areas that are funded, and when we have to report, it kind of complicated things in terms of the what we fund and how we explain a certain activity that we're doing. So just wanted to know if there's a major difference between Choose Life and Jordan's principle. And the other question that I had is in terms of the other social services area. Like for me, they're starting as a new ED. I never really had a full understanding exactly what the social service director department is working on in terms of how we can tap into the support systems that are provided with your staff. And something that I wanted to ask, like periodic, I do understand about the communicating through websites and all that kind of thing, but not everybody uses a website. And a lot of times in the past, I always enjoy Wawate shows from the executive. Hardly hear any of those now. Maybe it's because of COVID, but I don't know how difficult it is to sit in a room like this and do your show through Awate. Mm-hmm. And mainly because, like especially with the health transformation that we talked about yesterday, even that, I'd like to know more, and I'd like to know more about exactly what the Executive Council is doing in terms, especially with the team. I know we're part of it too. I know Shibogama is part of it in terms of conducting its community engagement process. And I thought everybody else was doing that, the other tribal councils. I thought they were doing that to reaching out to their community members to get the feedback, because if it's only Shibogama, we're not doing so good in reaching out the people that we need to reach out. We do reach out to the community people, they're more responsive, but it's the leadership. I don't mean disrespect to the leadership here. Even the health directors, those are the key people that I believe has a lot of information to share. And I think, for me anyways, I like to see more of actual other means of the executive to reach out to the people, whether it's Wawate or whether it's other ways of doing it. But I just want to make those comments. And the other one about the band rep, and also something new to me. I know that Casablanca is involved already, as well as Wapikika. But I did meet with ISC about it in terms of how the tribal council can be involved in it. And I do see some link to it, and I just don't know how the current agencies are involved in that whole process, like Tikanagan, who is covering our communities, and also what is the difference between what band rep is intended to be. Those kind of things that I don't really fully understand. But I just wanted to share those comments. Thanks.
Yeah. No, thank you, Matthew. And yes, those are different areas that we would also we would come to your tribal council and your speak for everyone here too, in terms of we could come and also do those presentations. We want to be more visible. Things are starting to open up. And yes, I think I totally agree. We need to do more also as an executive in terms of getting out to Wawate or various opportunities to share all that information as well. With respect to Jordan's Principle and Choose Life, yeah, Choose Life was born out of the Jordan's Principle process. I know it was born out of the fact that when Wapakika sent in their application regarding suicide prevention, suicide awareness, and the fact that that process was so slow, and then they lost a couple of individuals, teenagers, and the support came too late. And that's one of the reasons why we pushed that at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal level, that Nishnawbe Aski Nation communities would have a specific streamlined program in Choose Life. And still, we are battling through the red tape of getting our Choose Life individual programs set up in some areas, but still we have a new agreement with Indigenous Services Canada to ensure that Choose Life does continue and could be also developed at the community level. But at the same time too, we are having an AGM on Choose Life that will be inviting you and all the chiefs as well to look at those programs, that particular investment to the community, and look at ways to better it as well. With respect to the band reps, and yes, like it's uncharted territory for many of our communities, but I'm here to say it's also an opportunity to really work with the First Nation, with the Tribal Council, with Tikanagan, with your agencies as well to help develop this. Because as you know, our agencies also have resources at their disposal, whether it be Tikanagan, Peokatano, or Kunawinamano. You know, those discussions need to happen. And I think our agencies too have some insight in terms of how to also develop the band rep services. But also at the same time too, it's a resource that should be developed at the community level. And so we're open to helping and assisting in that process, and also identifying various workers and consultants that are out there too, that are helping individual First Nation communities develop their First Nations representative programs. So I know there's a lot of questions on it. We'd be happy to come to your First Nation community and help design it or get it off the ground. We're also there to help in advocating with Indigenous Services Canada in terms of developing a program that is suited for your communities. I think, Grand Chief, you want to mention something on health transformation? Okay.
Good morning, chiefs, delegates, all those listening online, our elders, our youth, our women. I want to acknowledge the drum and the prayer that was said this morning. I want to acknowledge Saul Mamakwa, who was here, a good friend of mine, and he was telling me that he was coming here this morning. So I asked the chiefs if you guys wouldn't mind having him on, so we appreciate you allowing him to speak. Matthew, you raised some good questions about Wawate. We were doing it a lot during COVID, and I actually did get some calls from chiefs. Chief Brendan Sinawap was one of them, saying just because COVID's lightening up, you guys, it doesn't mean you need to stop being on Wawate. So we started going on again every Friday. I think we're taking turns. And so we've been doing that for about 2 or 3 weeks. And one of the things that we wanted to do when we were first elected was to hit the First Nations of Nan, but COVID prevented us from doing that. So Wawate was one of the avenues that we did go to. And we will continue with that. The health transformation question, we have in-camera session at the end of the day, about 1 or 2 o'clock. And I think we're going to throw this on the agenda. I think there's items on there that our deputy and myself may want to address or speak about that we may not want to speak about publicly. So I think we should throw that on the in-camera session agenda and have a more thorough discussion on it. Matthew.
Yeah, I had some supplementary questions. Yeah, in terms of the, I know Jordan's principal in Choose Life has done a lot of wonderful things in the communities. I'm aware of that, and I appreciate that. But more and more, with all the opportunities that we have in working with the children that are in need, that are at risk, we have an opportunity to be able to reach them, not only in their mental state or their physically or whatever, but in education too, as well as language. Now, there's one area that I wanted to advocate here. We when I say we, I'm talking about the community. I'm pretty sure the other communities are in the same situation as we are. We just don't have any monies at all to be able to do more in language preservation, language rejuvenation, or even in language teachings. That's something that all of us have to fight for, the funding, minimal funding that's available through that's made available by ISC. And I don't know in terms of how that can be, that we can tap into the Jordan's principle as well as Choose Life to access more language and cultural monies through that. I just wanted to kind of mention about that. I think the other thing that I wanted to share of all the good things that are coming out of Jordan's principle, with all the opportunities that are made available to our people. I accidentally found out that some of the monies that I think we should be getting at a tribal level or at the community level has been diverted by another organization or another agency without our knowledge or without our knowledge of our leadership. And that's not acceptable, whereby if you're going to use our numbers or if you're going to use our stats, we should be aware of it. In terms of, I know we do have a lot of young people that are struggling, that are in a complex special needs areas, whereas a lot of families are struggling to help with their special needs children, and they can't even have access to external support systems and all those guys. I'm just kind of learning a lot about that thing, and I think each of us have an opportunity to be able to do more for those complex needs children. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. You hit it right on the head there in terms of our languages and supports. And I think just shifting over different gears, I think that's also opportunities where we have our new education reset table, where we could bring these priorities and concerns to Indigenous Services Canada and looking at, this is what we want. We want to revitalize and strengthen our languages. How do we, this is what we want in terms of developing supports, opportunities for language in our curriculums to really look at how to develop those education systems that are more reflective of the needs of our members, especially with language. Also the fact that we continue to hold accountable the Crown in terms of its responsibilities to Jordan's principle. And if languages is a priority, of course, then we need to really push that in many of our systems as we're moving ahead with negotiations with community-based solutions to whether our education, to our health systems, for our special needs as well. We continue to pledge to work with our individual First Nations and tribal councils to really flesh out some of these different priority areas in moving ahead. So.
Okay, so I see a number of hands up. Proxy Kuzis.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to bring up something here. I haven't heard anything about our loved ones that are in the street. I think it's part of our the health social issue where we have to try to help our loved ones, our homeless people. I know it's pretty much opiate and our infrastructure problems why people are out in the street, plus our social mental wellness. And I think we have to try to help our people that are out in the urban areas. So I haven't heard any, if there's any program or available. We did have a very difficult time during the pandemic, and we were trying to find money how we're going to help these our people that are homeless. So I don't know if there's anything available. Thank you.
No, thank you for that that comment as well. And like we said, homelessness is an ongoing, lingering issue. We see it in our urban centers within Thunder Bay and Sulikout and Timmins and other urban centers. And I know too, even your First Nations reps, those of your First Nation communities that have them, and are trying to do their part to help and identify their members who are homeless as well, to get those some resources to them. But I want to invite also, like I said, all of our files overlap, and we try to coordinate our supports as well, our advocacy roles as well. So I'd like to invite Deputy Grand Chief Annabette Aski to come out and talk about some of the initiatives to really counter homelessness in our First Nation community. So Deputy Grand Chief, if you may.
Thank you very much, Deputy Narcisse, and thank you, Proxy Quisis, for your comments. Back in 2017, there was a resolution passed by the chiefs for Nishnawbe Aski Nation to develop a homelessness prevention strategy. So that is something that, that we take very seriously. And we are, whether we're working in, with the health file or, housing, this is something that we maintain as one of our objectives. And it is very true that, the numbers of our relatives that are out on the streets have increased. And during the time of the pandemic, one of the things that I have noticed that it has become more visible. Like it was something that we used to kind of almost ignore. And so since August, I have met with the welfare, I think they're called social services directors of certain municipalities, where there's high numbers of homelessness. And at this time, we are trying to secure some funding so that we have some capacity to support this initiative, because at this time, it's not. And, as soon as we have requested a meeting with Minister Haiju, and this is something that we are putting on our agenda to have a discussion with her. And also, I know that during the pandemic, other tribal councils noted that we had to provide support to the homeless population. And that was done throughout the province. We heard about in Toronto where, they opened the hotels to house the people, and the same was done in Thunder Bay and other places, Kenora. And so, we're very grateful that people are not ignoring this anymore. I know that perhaps we need to discuss it more here at this table or provide you with updates, and we will do that. And so we will keep pushing to ensure that there are resources and that, the topic of homelessness is a priority, not only at the non-executive, but also when we have our discussions with our federal and provincial partners. Miigwech.
Thank you, Deputy Grand Chief Annabette Aski. Another thing I just want to focus on for the next question too is the fact of the social services as well. I'm talking about your Ontario Works workers, your ODSP. We also work with those departments as well to look at revamping social services at the community level. We're working with the Ontario Native Welfare Administrators Association, ONWA, to look and work with your Ontario Works and ODSP administrators in developing and refurbishing the existing Ontario Works program within our First Nation communities. And I know, although we don't want to keep everybody on welfare, we want to, rather than give out handouts, we want to give a hand up in terms of looking at ways to really revamp the social services safety nets across our First Nation communities. And that is another integral part of the advocacy that is being conducted through your social services department here at NAN, working with both levels of government, Indigenous Services Canada, and the province, MCCSS, who administers the Social Services Ontario Works platform. But I think there's some more questions there, Chair.
So we've got a couple of more questions. Women's Council Representative Brenda Fox.
Good morning.
Morning.
I guess one of the questions that I had, or just some kind of consideration, what does the future of Tikanagan, what does the future for Tikanagan mean when band rep is more established for the communities? I think that needs to be explored for the social services department, because I think that is a lot of times it's a juggling act, and it also becomes a battle between the two. And I think somewhere down the line, I think one is going to phase out the other, because we've always had that vision that we're going to take care of our children back to our communities. And also the social services part, I always think about our elders. Our elders, I think, I don't really know Maya, but in an urban setting, an elder gets the same amount as a remote elder, and that's not the cost of living is high in the north, and the elders up north should be getting a subsidy or something more, because it's expensive up there to be able to get chiyochigo in our communities, because they do require the things that they need to buy, we know, are expensive than what you can go and get in around the corner. So just a thought that for OW and special, those kind of considerations should be thought about. Mikach.
No, thank you, Brenda, for those very insightful questions as well. On the first one, we're looking at what's the future of our child and family service agencies, especially with the advent of the band representative program, also the opportunity for Bill C-92 that affirms the jurisdiction of First Nations over their children, youth, and families. What does that mean for Nishnawbe Aski Nation communities? Well, Brenda, I think it's a good opportunity. I think it's a fine opportunity to really look at that future as well, because our communities are evolving. Our communities are looking within for solutions and answers, and that should be supported. And I think it's an opportunity where even Tikanagan too could also needs to come to the table as well, and it will. It has a board of its own, but also the fact that it's an opportunity for all partners to get together and talk and see how this relationship should move ahead and see how it should evolve. Maybe they, like you said, they may be phased out, or they may be evolved to really be more responsive to the needs of the First Nation community. And I think that's an opportunity where we want to have a forum for band reps, for our First Nations, for our child and family service agencies to come together and flesh out a lot of those areas and identify those long-standing challenges of this adversarial environment between the First Nation and an agency or with the family, and how could we develop a system that is more reflective of the needs of those families, of our children, in moving ahead. We have an opportunity to do that, and I look forward to getting those dates together for this band representative First Nations representative forum and moving ahead, so we could get those concerns out in the open. We have all the people at the table, and we will coordinate that, and we will, of course, invite all of our community partners to that area. So with respect to the elders, I totally agree. That is the cornerstone of why we're doing RQ, the remoteness quotient table work. We said it before, $1 in Thunder Bay is different than $1 in Mishkigoguming. And so we need to also continue that work. It doesn't just stop at Child and Family Services with RQ. It also means too, like our elders need to be taken care of. They need to have like their allocations, their basic need allocations need to be topped up by an RQ formula that is, representative of the costs of living, the costs of getting basic needs for our elders and our knowledge keepers, even more so now than, because the rising costs of inflation, we need to take that into consideration, and we owe it to our elders. Come on. We need to really ensure that we advocate for a living expense for them that is representative of the true needs, and we'll continue to work with your community and your tribal councils to ensure that we push this forward to all levels of government in support of our elders and even our community members as well. So, miigwech.
Okay, I thought I saw a hand up on the virtual forum, but it doesn't look like it. But if you're joining virtually, if you can hit the raise hand function. Proxy Matthew, I think I saw your hand up. Another question?
Yeah. Inago kewanikian. Gianon ko na ba nung si Pituanda. Basically basic to basic given. May ko machine work. Ko hawe to tata ma ko mama ang wapik ka unsi work. Ko weskat ki matrabanik ang Toronto egijot. You know utan so akchakos in it. Ko ki majismawan. Ko ki wichimawan. Kanista kamachi at Japankin Antin Jahogano and Solco. That was 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago. So since that time, at the family of 8, I believe there's 8 of them, I've been living at hostel, hotels, or they've been kicked out several times from the facilities. Not being bad, but I guess it's just for other reasons. I guess what he wanted me to say is that as a young man with a family wanting to take responsibility for the well-being of her child, it's a young girl that has to be close to the hospital. We have all the supporting documents, even from Chief Brennan, the doctor, the specialist, and I've been trying to advocate to make sure that Netawan and the other housing agencies are aware of it. But we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere at all. I even saw a couple of houses that have opened up for First Nations that have 4 bedrooms. Now they're looking at 6 bedrooms because of the size of the family. But he doesn't necessarily need 6 bedrooms. Like right now, they're just utilizing 2 bedrooms, so they're managing. They're just kind of struggling right now, mentally, physically, socially, and all that kind of thing. And they just need something to call a home to them. And I don't know if there's anything that can be done, or I don't know if there's any existing resolutions on file that I'm pretty sure the other communities are in the same predicament as this young man. And he was asking for help. He was reaching out for help. Chief Brennan has been doing the best that he can, as well as the tribal council. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, Matthew, and it is troubling to hear as well, like, this family has to leave their communities for months out of the year to access medical help and supports as well, and also maintaining the family unit and some of the needs and basic needs that they require. And I'd be open to help in the advocacy of that and working with our executive within health and also community wellness as well to really look at options. And I think you're totally right in terms of there needs to be a process or a pathway forward in terms of addressing the fact that many of our community members have to leave their First Nation communities to seek medical attention or mental health supports in any regard, and the fact that there needs to be sustainable housing, there needs to be transition housing, there needs to be a safe space for these families to really move ahead and endure some of the challenges that they may face. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation with you and the leadership, as well as Chief Brennan, on looking at and exploring ways on how to really overcome many of these challenges, and what strategies or what political pressure needs to be applied, working with your executive here in terms of bringing this forth to really help our families who are in these situations. So.
Migutch, see one more question, Chief Adlucan.
Good morning, Chiefs, proxies, executive, staff, elders. I sit here and listen to all the questions and comments that are made by the delegation chiefs. We heard our elder this morning talk about from his childhood experience what his dad taught him. And I think what his dad said is absolutely true. And we are right in the middle of it. He said, if we don't build it right, we all suffer. That is absolutely what's wrong with our organizations today and our leaderships, including myself. The last time I was chief was probably about 14 years ago. And today, we talk about the same issues over and over again. Very little movement. Very little movement, and it's not because of the work that has been done to move some of those issues. One thing that really hurts when I first got elected this time around was, why are we living in a situation? I got 10 square miles of reserve. I have no more lots available. When I was the chief, there was already a discussion on community expansion moving east with all the infrastructure to be in place. And when I was the chief at that time, that was discussed even prior to me, things that we talk about today. There is absolutely no excuse why my members in Fort Hope, and sometimes it's embarrassing to say, but it's the reality, or it's something that we don't want to bring out. There are homelessness in the community. Not too long ago, just before last fall, a young man came and told me, he says, I don't have no place to live. My house has got about 14 people there. And I'm sure you heard that all over again, and it's broken record. And there was no place to live for him. Man, that hurt. What are we doing? You know, we are treaty partners to both levels of government. They don't lift it, and I just counted here homelessness in Thunder Bay, or I mean, that people that come from our community to Thunder Bay. We have, what, 8 people that have passed because of homelessness, alcoholism, nowhere to go. They leave my community, our community, come back in a coffin. Now we talk about so many programs, so many dollars going to our communities. Where are we going wrong here? Are we building our house, I mean, our, tent the wrong way as he described it? What are we missing? I'll give you an example of my own tribal council. And I'm probably led that to every one of you, with our parent organization, NAN. There is very little collaboration between NAN and Machawa, running the same programs, overlapping some of the same programs. So we need to look at ourselves as chiefs. You know, what are we going to do with our organizations here? What are we going to, it's, I just get so tired of listening to our situation here that we didn't build it wrong. We built it half right maybe, but we're missing some very important components. We're going in the right direction. But how do we get to that point where we're going to have everything at the table? We're almost 200 houses backlogged. No lots to build them, even if we have 20 houses awarded to us with that new government announcement. Where are we going to build it? We've been talking about an expansion for a long time, and nothing is happening. Even if we were to get approval now, it's not going to be the next 4-5 years maybe until it's a reality. There's a lot of work that needs to be done with the engineers and all that, the planning. So we're even if something happened today, we're still not going to have houses in the next 5 years. We'll just be building infrastructure. Tomorrow we got all the players in our meeting tomorrow to discuss some of those things and how we're going to move it. I want to ask the executive here. We need your help. We need you at the table on all the things that First Nations do. And we need the support of the chiefs in NAN as well. And I'm sure you guys need my support. I listened to the Chief Corson talk yesterday on what he's going through. I will be going through that soon. There is an influx of mining companies calling us now within our immediate territory in Fort Hope, wanting access, wanting to drill, And we got a big player now in Ring of Fire, Wilo. We're meeting with them this summer. So what do we get out of that in our territory? So let's build this right starting now, because our people are suffering mental health issues. The last 2.5 years is going to compound those mental health issues. And it's happening now. And they won't count, we got programs. We can get some other professional help for them. We don't have the education even with the counselors we have at home. We need some professional help there, and we need our workers to be taught. There's so many things. Jordan's principle and the other one, Choose Life. Big money there. What are we going to do? Let's focus on, because I just can't fathom being homeless or in the community. Last summer, when this crisis first started, summer before, We built tent frames down the road, and that's where people lived. And today, it's another situation. If somebody becomes positive in a 14, people living in a house, everybody gets COVID. That's how we got the big outbreak before Christmas. Three families, that's what they didn't know. They just spread all over like wildfire. How do we solve that? We only got, we got some pods and all that, but now people are asking me today, I don't have no place to go. Oh, I got one child. Can I live in one of the pods? But that's not what they're meant for. I don't know if you guys are, I'm the chief still. Just get tired of somebody saying that, what I'm just talking about now, but that is the way it is. It's a reality. Government don't hear us. They don't hear us at all. And yet, we're prosperous in terms of our what we have in the land out there. We don't get help for that, So, I don't know, what do we do? I just don't, last time I was chief, things were a little easier to be a chief then. But as I enter today, when I got elected, wow, big issues. People are affected by those issues. Everything from what we need to survive. And I'm heartbroken, it's just looking at kids living in a 14 people living 14 people living in 1, 2, 3 bedroom house. That's no place for a child to grow up. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chief. It was, you're absolutely correct. And it is frustrating. We could have programs up the yin-yang coming directly to the communities, but still there's those root causes of why many of our families are facing these challenges. Housing, a place to call home. On a personal note here, I'm just saying, I always look at Nishnawbe Aski Nation and the population. They say we're all communities within Nishnawbe Aski Nation. The numbers are around close to 45 to 50,000 people within NAN. That's like a medium-sized city or town. And we're living on the richest, resource-rich lands. And still, our communities are living in third world conditions. And that's not right. Especially when every time we go to Toronto or you see these big buildings and whatnot, and who paid for all that? It came from our lands, it came from our communities. And I think the frustration is real. Your community members come to you and, that question remains, what do we do? But, I think it's about time, and it's that we really push our priorities, push our needs there. I know from our department, we'd be very willing to help provide that technical support. If we don't have it, we'd work with you to find it. And looking at some of those real plausible solutions in moving ahead. But yes, we are still undermined with the fact that we are behind in housing. We have homelessness. And in order for all of our communities to prosper, I think we really need to look at those basic needs of life in terms of moving ahead. And we're willing to work with you, Chief, and everyone here in terms of looking at a negotiation piece in terms of both levels of government to ensure that our communities are equipped to handle these areas of homelessness and lack of housing. And I think our executive is committed to that end, to really working with our First Nation communities and really see, well, what is NAN doing? What is NAN there for? And that's what we're going to take direction from here, is the fact that we have to start really stepping it up in terms of our advocacy role in moving ahead and working in collaboration, and not in competition, but in collaboration with our rights holders, with our tribal councils in this very important area. So the work continues, and we're looking forward to sitting down with you, Chief, and your council, and your very support staff, and identifying ways to move ahead. So, yeah. Okay. Grand Chief.
Our executive want to address, that was a very, very powerful statement there, Chief. What do we do? And I believe, when you elected us, that the answer is here amongst our leadership who represent our people, represent the people of NAN. And you're right, we've been talking about this since I could remember, when I was a kid, back in the 90s. You may have been in the circle then, and I remember the chiefs talking about these issues, talking about us as the young people, as the future. And here I am today as the Grand Chief, and we're talking about the same stuff as what I'm being told by yourself and elders and other chiefs, former chiefs. I've met with some of the tribal councils. We met about a month ago. I've met with former leaders, think tank sessions, former chiefs, elders, women's council members, not NAN's women's council, but just women from NAN who served in leadership. And the same message, what do we do, is often the question, and there's a common interest here amongst our assembly. And Chief Wesley talked about it. Control, jurisdiction, that right to say what the police should be doing, that right to say how our schools should be running, that right to build a home. I remember being in Bearskin as a young child with my father, saying, why can't they just go out into past the boundaries and build a house, go get wood, make it themselves? He says that they're not allowed to do that, son. That's what I was told. What is stopping us from doing that is the question. So that, I believe in my heart that the answers are here amongst our assembly, amongst our chiefs, amongst our leadership, and to the many people listening online. I know that you wish to be here in person. And I can assure you that we will be in the communities as soon as we can get there, once COVID lets up. But I know they're going to share the same message. They're going to talk about the Ring of Fire. They're going to talk about all-season roads, Wate, all kinds of development, mining, their future, climate change, emergency response, what happens when things start to flood, forest fires, our languages. Saul was here. I don't know if he's still here. He's talking about languages, inherent jurisdiction. What's our future look like for the young people who want to speak their language, who want to speak in their mother tongue, who want to speak the same language that their ancestors spoke? What are we doing to ensure that we provide that for them, our next Grand Chiefs? So they're sitting back here, our youth council members, our next deputy Grand Chiefs, chiefs, counselors, and they're looking at us saying, what are you guys going to do for us to ensure that we can speak the language, to ensure that we have our land, to ensure that we have jurisdiction, to ensure that our kids can go to school, that our kids have a future, that our kids have a place to live. and that the suicide rate is not so high. There's many things here that I believe the answers are here amongst our assembly, and I just wanted to say, share my thoughts on your powerful statement there, Chief, and I'm going to ask our deputies to also respond.
Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you for your statement, Chief Adlocan. I remember the family from Amadong being in that tent frame during the winter months, and this picture was shown on was shared on social media, and I shared that picture as well. And my statement was, you know, this third world conditions in this country that holds itself as being rich. And why is it that we continue to be living in these conditions? And it's not from the lack of trying from the community leadership and other, you know, tribal council representatives or the non-executive. It's because, like you said, those individuals that sit in Ottawa, the ones that make those decisions as to where these monies are going to go, that continue to be the biggest barrier. You know, we can't even go and build our own house, as Grand Chief said, that because, you know, we don't have that infrastructure within our community for us to be able to hook our house up to electricity, because we don't have that capacity to be able to accommodate that building. You know, even to build a daycare and other things that we should have in our community to be able to provide these services and resources for our children and our youth and our people. You know, in the last 2 decades, more and more of our people are going into urban centers. And why is that? Because there is not a place for them to call a home. So you see, you know, families that come here, you know, either to look for employment, to be able to place their children to attend schools, which seems to be more, you know, funded to be able to educate the children. They come here for health and employment, but the number one reason is because they don't have a home. We don't have homes to accommodate a single individual. We don't have homes for our elderly to be in a safe, secure place. And why is that? And I didn't get to be in the room yesterday when Minister Haiju spoke virtually from her nice office in Ottawa. But you know, why wasn't she here? You know, she was a minister that was appointed to work with us, and why wasn't she here? I think that each of you as leadership, you know, deserve that right and respect to have her come and be with us at this meeting yesterday. It was her opportunity for her to meet with us, and I'm quite disappointed. And even with Minister Miller, you know, I believe that he should have been here. And there's been a few discussions about ensuring that we should be building a very strong economic base. I believe in that. You know, we need to ensure that we, and that is, you know, a file that that Deputy Grand Chief Linklater carries, and you know, so when we talk about addressing homelessness and lack of housing and infrastructure, like it's each of us, you know, because whatever work we're doing, because we're working to serve the people, and lack of housing is the most common, and that impacts all of life. And that's why we're going to work on this together and ensure that we communicate and collaborate. And Chief, certainly I think we need to make those efforts more to work more closely and have a very effective communication with our tribal councils, and that has been noted, and we will certainly ensure that we do that. And thank you to the other chiefs who also made those comments about our children, because all of us, that's our background, and we make sure that we contain that in our hearts. And thank you for your comments this morning. Miigwech.
Last night, we were texting each other, the executive, and sometimes we talk about our issues, but they were very heavy issues because it touches a personal chord in each and every one of us. Because we just don't sit here as leaders or representatives. We're still fathers, we're still grandfathers, you're still mothers. You're still members of the community, and we do realize that there's a lot of work. When Saul came up today and he talked about his, what did he learn in politics? Basically, it's the same thing as every chief, every leader here has faced. We are coming against a machine that doesn't have a soul, that it still looks down on us. We are still considered less than. And without talking about all the issues, government is listening to our meeting even right now. They know everything because we've been in a perpetual state of crisis. But even above all that, and the reason why I push that we really need to work together and talk together and share solutions together, because I could honestly tell you that the government does not know how to fix what they've done to our people. We talked about our old ways, our own laws, but in reality, we got to reclaim, rediscover what those laws were. But as you talk to elders and you talk to people, we always say we're oral people, but those laws are right here. So when they took us off our land, when they divided our families, when they stole our languages, stole our practices, it brings us to a place today where we're actually sicker than we were back in the 70s and the 60s. And we're experiencing all that trauma. And to me, I had a revelation in the last few years just to deal with my own stuff. And the whole reason why we got into this fight was I was one of those people that always complained about agencies and governments and our own First Nation people. And I said, why don't they do this and why don't they do that? And but the reality is when you actually get there, and for the last 15 years, you realize that change is very, very slow. Change is very, very hard. There's a lot of sacrifices. There's a lot of pain, and it affects everything we do. It is a fight, and I always honor our past leaders that have sat in these positions, have sat in your chairs, and it's tough hearing the same thing over and over and over, but there's still hope in us to get things done and work together. And I remember back in the 70s and the 80s, my elders saying, you guys got to go to school, you guys got to go get college, you got to get university, you got to know their system so you could beat them, and get smarter. But I think we were so focused on that we forgot that what we already had within. And to me, personally, it's a return to balance. And we could get there, and I think that's why we need to work together. And being from the East, I always listen to Chief Corsten when he says, we were remote once. You know, we were remote once. And once the government came in and proponents came in, the roads came in, mining came in, we were given nothing. Some of our original agreements we had perpetuated poverty in our people. We didn't have a voice. That narrative is changing today. You know, we have become owners. We have voice. We have power. We have agency. You know, and we got to push that. And one of the reasons I ran for NAN was we wanted to make sure that we share all of our experiences, because if you look throughout all our territory, we're very distinct, we are very different, but you know what? We have some common challenges, and every region does something really, really well. And if we learn from each other and grow from each other and heal together, I think we could do great things. You know, we need our elders, we need our Women's Council, we need our youth, we need our leaders, because it's a big task. But I'm glad that we're talking about these heavy topics, because they need to be talked. And we have to fight that machine. It is a machine without a soul. And I'll leave you with one comment. When we, as I was talking to one of my staff that grew up on reserve, when we talk about long-term care homes, and a lot of us, because we don't have the resources, we ship our elders to the south. And Bertha brought it up yesterday about palliative care and how it's not in community anymore because it's not always that easy. But when we send them to, let's say, the city of Timmins, we're sending them to an institution. And a lot of those elders at 5 and 6, they were forced to go into an institution that caused most of their pain. So their death, on their deathbed and in their last days on life, where do we send them? To an institution. And it sort of shook me a little bit the other day when I heard it, and it just, sometimes you're so busy in the work, you miss these little things. And I said, what? So we got to keep them at home. We got to build our resources. We got to strengthen family. We got to heal family. And we'll just leave you at that. Just getting very emotional, so thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Executive. Thank you, everyone, as well. And as we go to the conclusion of my presentation here, I just also want to, I just got a note from my staff, too, from Matthew's question regarding language programming. So Choose Life fully funds language programming as well. So there's an opportunity there to utilize the Choose Life. And our team will be following up with you too, Matthew, and anybody else who wants to have questions on Choose Life funding as well. So there you have it, Chiefs. The work continues. We're in work in progress in terms of many of these areas in our file, and I believe Chief Crane. Huh? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Chair.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief. So it's, I think it's almost 11:30. As chair, we had acknowledged, given the nod to 3 more chiefs. But with respect, we do have the next agenda item. The last chief that spoke talked about housing, or housing shortage in our communities. So the next agenda item that we'll be going to is dealing with the NAN housing strategy, and that does need some good discussion, some good time. So we're acknowledging 3 more chiefs, questions, comments, Chief Crane, and then Deputy Chief Cromarty, and then Chief Wesley. So we'll go with those 3, and then we'll get Deputy Grand Chief to respond and close. So Chief Crane.
Good morning, Chiefs, Executive, and all the council members that are here. I'd like to say that we have been saying this for a long, long time. I've been telling the chiefs that there's a piece that's missing that we need to find. Until we find that piece, we're going to continue to be in this circle. I tend to sound like a broken record because I'll keep stressing the same things that I think need to be said. I find that we have been trying to fit our ways to the Western ways. That's what we're doing. The Western ways are not ours. I always take pride in the history where I came from. How I was raised on the land with my parents and my grandparents. We lived on the land. We lived in tents. That was happiness for me. Living very simple. Getting food off the land, the water. My kokum would throw a fish net in the lake when we needed to eat. And she would make us go with her, to be her helpers. Those are the best memories I have of the way we were raised. Now we're in a race, it seems. We're trying to fit ourselves into the system that was. They have us where they want us. The damage has been done. And we're trying to fit ourselves in there. I don't know if I make sense, but that's the way I see it. I'd like to thank Chief Solomon for his words, because I know what he's talking about. I understand it. I sit here today. We have an outbreak in my community. It started off with the children, and then it just took off like wildfire. And I don't know where I'm going home to when I leave here. My house is affected. I can't go home. And that's the point where we need to think about. We don't have no shelters. We don't have no emergency places for our people at home in our communities. I've faced a lot of criticism being here this week. I'm supposed to be at home helping with the pandemic. I've been working hard at it all 2 years straight. I don't have the answer for this pandemic stuff that's going on. I think we are all facing it. So the other thing that I wanted to thank the executive. I sit on 2 chief committees with Victor and with Bobby. And I sat with them in the courtrooms, and when they got the Choose Life and Jordan's Principle funding, we got all that funding, and yet our people are so unhappy. I've been trying to figure out, I figured out we can have all the money, but we still have our problems. And I like to remember our friend here, our chief that's not here. He's faced a lot of losses. So we got to remember our fellow leaders too. They're not at this table many reasons. I lost my train of thought here. So I'm quite willing to keep working with the chief committees like we have, Sunny, and others. We have lots of work to do, but we have to figure out how we're going to beat the system. Just like Victor says, we're dealing with somebody, a soul that has something that has no soul, and it's really I don't know. We have so much work to do. We in the health area, and also in the social area, in the education system, we have a lot of work to do. And I'm so glad to see everybody back at the table after 2 years. But 2 years went by, and we came back to the same topics, it seems. The other thing I wanted to mention is I don't mean to look rude when I sit here. I'm on my phone. I've been dealing with a lot of issues, and when I don't respond, I get in trouble. If I don't answer, you know, it's like, oh, the chief's not answering, the chief's not this and that. I think we as chiefs go through that. I don't believe I'm the only one. But I just wanted to say thanks to the team up there. Your hard work. Anna Betty, I look forward to getting back to work with you. We have much work to do. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Cromartie.
Okay, be good. Dean Cromartie, Deputy Chief Proxy for Waterman. I wanted to express many of the things that we've heard from Chief Advocate and Chief Craig. I fully concur with them because I share those feelings. Our people feel those feelings. So, you know, when we speak like this from the heart, that is the heartbeat of our nation. It's like that in all our communities. When we bang that drum, that is truly the heartbeat of our people. And that's why we are here. Because this is serious what we are talking about at this point in time. Things that affect the lives of each of our people in different ways that they've talked about. Homelessness. I'm homeless too in my own community. I don't have a house. I have to live in my daughter's house, my grandkid. So it's like that for our people. I have homes, 3-bedroom homes with 30 people living in that one house. That should be 3 houses right there in that one home that we need. And the other thing I see is that our homes are so substandard. Our people have come to terms with it. They think that it can never change for them, but it can. And that is our responsibility as political leaders to make those changes and homes a reality for many of our people, especially our young ones. man, tinukang nining ka wintababan here, but I'm going to refrain myself. But it boils right down to this. Why is this happening to us? In a land that is so bountiful with natural resources and minerals and water, trees. That is what should be sustaining our communities. Instead, it's being drained from us to build communities like Thunder Bay, Ottawa, Toronto. I remember our elder John Binkett used to say, he looked at his community and said, we're not really poor. We're not poor, even though we were poor. And what he meant was that we were rich with our land and the natural resources. And it's all being used up in the country. Why I mention that is that when there's a war going on in Ukraine by Russia, and what is happening, there is sanctions, but the biggest source of revenue for Russia is the oil. And the Western world, they don't want to cut that off. They still depend on that oil from Russia, and they don't want to do anything. And that's exactly what we're doing here in the Nishnawbe Aski Nation. We keep feeding our oppressors to treat us like this. They take away our resources, our trees, our lands, our energy, our air. That's gotta stop. We do that because we've become dependent on them for all the services we're talking about. The piecemeal little bits of scraps that we want from them. And I think it boils right down to that. I think it's time as communities of this Nishnawbe Aski Nation to say, let's stop. We are not going to allow any more development or resources to be taken away. We're not going to allow roads to be built to these resources until we have what we want for our communities. These resources to support the homes that we want, the schools, the water systems, everything. That was the spirit and intent of Treaty Number 9. And it hasn't happened yet. I'm going to finish off with this. A lot of times when I'm at meetings like this, I get messages by people who listen on the radio or on internet. Yesterday, as we were talking about the MOU on the treaty, I got this message from one of our members who was listening. He said, I keep hearing, we request, we ask. Why do we have to ask all the time? It's time to tell the government this is how it's going to happen here. And he goes on to say, let's do a collective direction process. A document that states this is the plan. Plan supported by non-members and communities. I think that is what I am talking about. We need to do something collectively. Let's use our power, the power of our people. Together, don't let governments and developers divide us for now. Let's calm down, regroup, and redirect our energies to stopping our oppressors from this, how they're treating us. Amir, very good.
Oh, thank you, Dean.
Chief Wesley?
Yeah, because I had a lot to say, so I wanted to cover a wide range of things that the other chiefs have spoken about already, and there's a multitude of things that I would have liked to talk about, but I guess in consideration of the time, I'm just going to mention two things. A lot of issues are identified, but I think in fairness, in order for us to at least start addressing these issues that are being identified, we need to do two things. The first thing that needs to be done is that, and this has been evident in the last many years, is that our executive, as well as the staffing and the various programs, we need an accountability structure and an advocacy structure, because some of these programs are just not moving fast enough to address the many issues that we have in our communities. Some of the chiefs are identifying the rehashing of and regurgitating of issues for years and years because there's no accountability measures. So I think we need to have a work plan with measurable goals going forward in order to achieve these solutions that our communities identify, as well as the gaps in servicing. That's my suggestion. Our executive needs to step up. They need to pound in the streets. They need to pound the tables. They need to speak up, and they need to speak up loud. And they need to transfer that to the staff. They have to make their staff accountable to make these things move faster. We're dilly-dallying in years for years on projects. The second thing I want to say is that an address to the chiefs and the tribal councils and our organizations right across our region is we need to stop the siloing. There has to be coordination in all of the programs that we run for our communities. We have to eliminate siloing. That's the problem with us. Everybody's fighting for that dollar. And, I feel bad, when I steamroll over a First Nation that has greater need than I do. And that's what's happening. We need to stop that. There's so many things we could accomplish if we could just stop the siloing. I think I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave there. I'd talk forever once I got started. Because
Thank you, Chief Wesley. Thank you, Deputy Chief Dean Cromartie and Chief Crane for your very important comments, and also Chief Lucan as well, and those who spoke. We had a very informative morning here with respect to this issue of social services, and I know the work continues. And Chief Wesley is very right. We have to tear down the silos. We've been saying it for a while too, to coordinate all the different initiatives that are happening at the community level, all different areas there, and also, I totally agree that there needs to be accountability and within the advocacy structure as well. I know that's one of the reasons why we've, I spearheaded a opportunity even with the Choose Life AGM, looking at ways to getting a sense from the communities and direction on how that's supposed to move ahead, along with the band representative services, tearing down those silos and maximizing all the resources at the community level. And I'm looking forward to working with First Nations and tribal councils to identify those priorities with respect to accountability, with respect to the advocacy role that's happening. And but at the I think the next presentation will be very robust in terms of looking at housing. You know, like, why is this still happening? You know, this is like we could launch another human rights complaint. The fact that many of our citizens are still, you know, overcrowded situations and everything. It seems like court is the only place where sometimes we, you know, have to get our priorities straight in terms of getting the ear of government. But we want to also ensure that, you know, we, like the chief said, that we need to bang on those tables and demand non-specific processes. And some of the inroads like that is like the education reset. We need decision makers there from the Crown. Within our child and family services, social services, again, we have to demand bilateral processes and continue with that important work. And with that, Chiefs, I think I want to conclude by saying I'm looking forward to meeting each and every one of you, visiting your communities and working with your tribal councils and your youth and your women's group on all these very specific files. And we will do our part, especially within Nishnawbe Aski Nation organization, to tear down the silos and also work collaboratively in all the various initiatives that are there. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair and Chimigwech.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief. So it's now, I think, about 10 minutes to 12. We've had a really good discussion, a lot of comments, feedback, and I know that there's more. So I think what I'm going to encourage, if you do have more, there is the in-camera session this afternoon. As Grand Chief said, it's more of an open forum. You can raise that this afternoon. But we're going to move on to the next agenda item. It is almost 12 o'clock. A reminder, the fire alarm is going to go off at 12 o'clock. Don't run off. I'm not sure how long it'll be going, but we don't need to go anywhere. So we'll keep going. We'll get to the next agenda item. Lunch, I think, looks like it's almost ready. It's really important to have this discussion. It's really important to hear each other and to speak. So what we're going to try and do is turn it into a working lunch, because we don't want to shut anybody down, but it's important to have that opportunity to have your say. So we may have a bit of a working lunch. We'll get started. We'll keep going. If we wrap up, we'll take a quick break and then get back at 1 o'clock. But we're going to move on. So I'm going to turn it over to Cassandra for the next agenda item. And again, thank you very much, Miigwech, for all your comments.
Good afternoon, Buju Ginawa. Miigwech, Gimishomisanang, Gokumisanang, Gichiya Gae, Miigwech Omayayeng Gakina. So I'd like to acknowledge the drum, the elder for the prayer, and all of you in the room and virtually as well. As a young person, it's very exciting to see all of you speaking at such different levels and in different capacities around the work that we're doing in our territory. And furthermore, it's even more exciting to be able to see myself in all of these different places and to hear myself in those conversations where we have a northern focus and we are talking about our youth. And so I want to say thank you to all of you for what you are saying today. So we will move along to our next presentation, which will be the NAN housing strategy, which we have been touching upon. I'd like to invite Grand Chief Derek Fox and Infrastructure and Housing Director Mike McKay.
Thank you, Cassandra, for that. Thank you to everyone for the dialogue and discussion. Very, made me kind of emotional thinking of our young people, especially over the years, seeing them in Thunder Bay and Timmins and our townships in the north, and just seeing their hopes and dreams, and some of them struggle, and you know, that was a large reason for my emotions earlier. But we're here to talk about the housing strategy, and I know that Chief Wesley talked about accountability, and it's one of the things that I've stressed to the executive is to ensure that we are holding ourselves accountable as executive members, like somewhat of a report card and a reporting structure. And one of the things I learned over the years is that you need to have a plan and to execute that plan, but it's got to be a plan that's driven from membership in our communities. And I know that in our first 6 or 7 months, we have not had that opportunity to get to as many First Nations as we want, but we're going to ensure that we do that. But one of those plans is our housing strategy that Mike McKay is going to present on. And I know that we have plans in emergency response. I know we talked about the treaty yesterday and that important, crucial, sacred treaty work. And I know that Luke's working on a plan. And I know that our executive have their own plans that they have presented on. So Mike is going to talk about the plan that we have been working on, a strategy. It's going to be transparent and accountable and open to criticism once he's done, and hopefully he gets that support. So, Mike.
Just a reminder, slow for the translation. Yeah, that's right. Originally, this is 40 minutes. Yeah, presentation, right? Good afternoon, chiefs, proxies, elders, women's youth council. So, my name is Michael McKay, Infrastructure and Housing Director at NAN. Today I'm presenting the NAN housing strategy, and today we'll be looking for the next steps from leadership. We started out this project, this initiative, probably 4 years ago now. And this is obviously a long-term initiative, and so the chiefs had asked us, what are you doing now? Like, how are you advocating for us? And so we developed a immediate needs housing document, which identified what the needs are now. And that helps with the NAN executive to advocate on behalf of the communities. And so that's something I'll be presenting along with this NAN housing strategy roadmap. I just told the chairs that I went through this the presentation. It took me about 40 minutes, but we are looking for feedback and direction on this. So in 2014, the NAN Chiefs and Assembly collectively declared a NAN-wide housing state of emergency. This declaration came as a result of decades of inappropriate intervention and led chiefs to describe the conditions being faced in their communities as deplorable, leading to extensive health issues, short housing life, and overcrowding and mold. 4 years later, in 2018, facing widespread housing insecurity, the NAN Chiefs and Assembly reasserted that emergency and mandated the creation of a modern NAN housing strategy which would focus on community-based understandings of housing need and be rooted in local solutions developed by community members. For this initiative, we partnered with Together Design Lab from the Toronto Metropolitan University. So in thinking about addressing the housing emergency declared by the chiefs, we placed a large importance of idea on how housing strategy being community-based and based around experiences of the community members. Housing is more than a physical structure that provides us shelter. It is where we feel safe. It includes our family and loved ones, the land it's on, and all the aspects of community. Housing needs to be viewed holistically. Improving our health and well-being means building better housing and infrastructure. To understand any problem, we need to get to the roots to find out the cause of why housing isn't as safe and appropriate for communities as it should be. And just to we did provide the NAN housing strategy roadmap in the Chiefs kits, also the immediate housing needs document in there for your review. falling under the strategy's vision to fulfill the human right of access to adequate housing and end the collective housing emergency in NAN territory are four interrelated goals. Number one, create inclusive occupant-focused housing needs assessment tools and support the creation of community-based long-term housing and infrastructure plans. Number two is vision-appropriate housing and community designs to match the diverse needs within the NAN territory. Three is to create educational opportunities, support professional development, establish skills training programs, encourage inter-community mentorship programs in housing-related fields. Number four is develop policy alternatives by identifying appropriate opportunities in government and agency programs and policies and alternate funding mechanisms. The objectives. To achieve our goals within the NAN housing strategy, we have four objectives that guide our work. Work at the community and regional level to develop housing solutions and action plans that recognize the unique needs, geography, and cultures of NAN First Nations. It's our responsibility to be designing an engagement strategy that involves all community members, that asks specific questions and involves activities that are relevant to community members so that we create a space where they feel comfortable participating. Number two is create community-led approaches to data collection and problem identification. Approaches need to be community-led and culturally appropriate to rebuild the system. Part of the development of tools such as shovel-ready housing plans that communities can co-lead and build. Support our housing system. First Nations are not stakeholders, they are the leaders and partners. Focus on creating resources that support the development of housing procurement, tendering, and management. Encourage flexibility and creation of design solutions rooted in lived experience. So where have we visited? We have been to 8 communities just before the pandemic hit, and we've been hosting events virtually since then. Over 400 community members have participated in our workshops and events and helped NAN understand what their housing experiences were. Here are some photos from the community visits, discussions with community members, and face-to-face dialogue. Obviously are very important, and that's what guides the strategy work. Housing is a priority. Every family needs to have their own space to create memories. Some of our other projects, which I'll go through. Today, I'll be providing updates on our proposed roadmap for implementing the NAN housing strategy, a quick summary of current work in developing the strategy, as well as present and our, what do you want to do?
Are we supposed to just read it out, or?
Yeah, she says just. Every time you eat? Oh, that's it.
So while this is going on, please grab lunch and we'll keep working through it. So lunch is ready at the back and please serve yourself. Bonjour. So it sounds like the fire alarm is done. So we just have everyone at the back collecting their lunch. Once you return to your seats, we'll invite back up Mike McKay. So maybe about 5 minutes or so. Bonjour, bonjour. Hello, everybody. It's nice to see you all eating. So as we go through our working lunch, I'm going to call up Mike McKay to go on with his presentation without the fire alarm going off anymore. And so please continue to keep enjoying lunch, and we'll carry on with our presentation through this working lunch.
Ready to go? Okay, I think we're going to try this again. Okay. Just gathering my notes. Okay, so I'll be going back. So just starting over again on this slide for updates and review. We'll be providing an update on the proposed roadmap for implementing the NAN housing strategy. A quick summary of current work is developing the strategy, as well as present an update on our immediate needs technical report. There will be an opportunity for feedback at the end of this presentation. So we're going to be presenting the path forward as to addressing and implementing the housing strategy. So this will be the first draft of the housing strategy, and we'll continue to revise this and look for feedback from leadership and community members. So this first draft of the NAN Housing Strategy Roadmap was developed as part of NAN's CMHC Solutions Lab project, developing appropriate First Nations housing metrics. This project was funded through 2018 to 2021. The roadmap continues to be refined with additional new projects addressing housing needs as identified by NAN youth and NAN members. The draft roadmap consists of 7 themes, which includes strategies that focus on creating change in housing system. Short and long-term goals are identified within each of the 7 areas, as well as expected achievements once goals are met. You will also notice current projects that are ongoing to begin to address the needs of community members experiencing the housing crisis. So just keep in mind this roadmap is a high-level overview of implementing the NAN housing strategy. Any feedback on areas of priorities needs to be identified by leadership and chiefs. The work has begun in some areas, but now we need a clear direction forward. Some areas of the roadmap are not clear or detailed. Strategic plans will be developed for each section of highest priority. This is where we'll need feedback from the leadership today on these 7 themes. The timeline for the NAN Housing Strategy Roadmap are guidelines only for measuring milestones based on terms of the NAN executive for now, but these can be changed as well. So as mentioned on the last slide, these themes have developed from the NAN community members sharing their experience and knowledge of housing and infrastructure. The themes present a holistic understanding of what needed is to change the current housing systems to support community health and well-being and to support community self-determination. As mentioned in the last slide, this is a high-level overview. Each section has a short and long-term goals as well as expected achievements. So the NAN housing strategy proposed draft roadmap includes 7 themes. Advocating for inclusive housing systems. I know this was talked about today, as I'll talk about a little bit later, but through our engagements we identified 3 other areas that we want to focus on. Health impacts of housing, design and materials, integrated infrastructure, funding structures, governance and policy reform, and capacity development and training. So the first theme is advocating for inclusive housing systems. This theme is part of the roadmap because across communities, community members talked about specific demographics experiencing unique challenges in accessing housing, such as youth, single adults, elders, and those in need of emergency housing. Housing solutions for these populations in our communities need to go beyond physical shelter, but also supportive services needed to succeed in homes also needs to be understood. In order to advocate for appropriate housing and supports for all NAN members, understanding housing journeys is key to advocating for a change. So we propose the short and long-term goals for each. We propose to understand youth journeys to access housing on and off reserve. Document how the concept of home can be an important tool in building community wellness moving forward. Support the development of a community-based models for a continuum of care. Support the development of models for emergency housing. The second theme is health impacts of housing. We know that health impacts of inadequate housing and related infrastructure within NAN territory have been shown to lead to poor health outcomes for community members, including the most vulnerable of population. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted issues of overcrowding, poor indoor air quality, and greater spread of disease. The true impacts of inadequate housing and infrastructure must be properly understood to improve the physical and mental health of community members, as well as we need to begin to think about how we can measure individual and community well-being as it relates to condition of housing and infrastructure. We propose to provide short-term and long-term goals, and that's to address ongoing health impacts of inadequate housing and infrastructure. The next theme is design and materials. In our engagements with community members and housing professionals, we've heard that current housing designs and materials are not appropriate for the climate and geography of the North. Oftentimes, the current housing packages sold to our communities are based on housing designs and materials found in southern suburban Ontario. Housing managers and leadership identified that current funding mechanisms, program timelines, and existing capacity to manage housing on reserve often does not allow First Nations to focus on the pre-construction process that could generate more locally appropriate designs. Through a process of co-creation, by working together with community members, we can create alternative housing designs that better meet our needs and supports First Nations to build and develop housing directly addressing the housing emergency. Appropriate led projects should be undertaken with all populations identified as experiencing specific housing need. Designs and implementation plans should then be distributed to all First Nations, allowing for the widespread adoption of new housing designs. Some of the short and long-term goals, we propose to co-create housing solutions for youth, develop shovel-ready housing plans and community building designs for those in greatest need. This was talked about in the discussion in the previous agenda topic was infrastructure. And this is our next theme. We've heard and recognized that housing and infrastructure planning and development should be part of an integrated process. Community leaders and housing professionals across the territory describe how housing development in their communities is being limited by existing infrastructure and land capacity. The current disconnection between housing and infrastructure funding programs, major and minor capital, does not support wellness or health in our communities. All housing and infrastructure policies, programs, funding mechanisms should be designed to directly support community-identified needs using an integrated approach. Only unit housing and infrastructure plans are integrated as part of a full system change can the housing emergency be ended. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in the immediate housing and infrastructure needs document, which is our technical document provided in the Chief's kits. So our proposed short and long-term goals for this, we propose to advocate for governments to address NAN immediate housing and infrastructure needs, support the development of an integrated community housing and infrastructure plans. The next theme that was identified through the engagement was stable, predictable funding and programming is needed to support local housing systems. Within NAN, the number of homes built annually is losing pace to existing need and replacement, forcing members to live in overcrowded homes or forcing members away from their communities into urban centers. Additionally, for decades, the cost of housing in the north and in remote communities has been substantially higher, and this gap continues to increase with changes to the costs of construction, materials, and freight. So we propose to advocate for change to create long-term sustainable funding streams which meet community needs and align funding cycles with building seasons. Our next theme that was identified was governance and policy reform. First Nations, self-determination of local housing systems. From community planning to housing design to governance is essential to achieving lasting change. First Nations have the right, as stated in the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to create, maintain, and strengthen their own housing institutions with the ensured support of government partners, a right which is not currently being fulfilled. Current process and policies need to be reviewed and updated in order to fully realize First Nations control of housing. NAN will support the transfer of care and control of housing to First Nations through a process that revises current federal housing policy and supports capacity within the community to manage and maintain successful housing systems and governance models. So the short and long-term goals here for this theme is develop appropriate tendering and procurement protocols, identify and develop best practices for data stewardship and management, identify best practices for building standards in the north, support the transfer of care and control of housing to First Nations. The next theme that was identified was a reliance, capacity development and training. A reliance on external labor for housing development creates economic leakage and misses an opportunity to create jobs and local economic development. Housing professionals shared that a significant skills training gap exists and that interested community members face significant barriers to obtaining accreditations of credentials for working in the housing system. To support long-term sustainable housing systems, it was identified that a pathways towards skills training must be created and local labor forces supported within the community. So we propose to, as for the short and long-term goal for this theme is support training programs and pathways for developing housing capacity within community. So the next steps for the NAN Housing Strategy Roadmap. The roadmap is a proposed path forward to addressing the housing crisis in a holistic way. NAN plans to host future engagements with leadership and community members to ensure positive change and to support First Nation housing systems. We are currently working on a implementation plan from the roadmap to be presented at the next Chiefs Assembly for approval. Just here's a list of our overview of the current work supporting the NAN housing strategy. In the roadmap, you'll notice that these current actions we are taking to support housing needs in our communities. One of the first projects that were developed out of the NAN housing strategy work is creating a home for our youth. This project looks to understand the youth housing journeys and the work they do to stay housed. So far, we've interviewed 18 youth and continue to look for more participants. Through the interviews, we are looking for ways to advocate for change with specific and actionable recommendations that come directly from NAN youth. A Home of Our Own is focused on the design of youth-specific housing on reserve, identifying models of home which would meet specific and unique needs. This project recognizes that there's a diversity of youth in the NAN territory who require a range of solutions, many which are not provided currently. We have focused on one possible design and created construction level plans that every NAN First Nation will have access to once finalized. The next project is Recording Our Truth. This works with elders to document how their understanding of home have changed over their lifetimes. These interviews provide documentation of ways in which government intervention in housing systems have altered lifestyles. In addition, recording documents the ways in which individuals and their families have been impacted by colonialism and remained connected to their homelands. The next project we have ongoing, which has been funded, is the true cost of housing. We talked about it earlier about the increased costs of supply and lumber and freight. So this was developed through conversations with housing managers and leadership. A major project we are currently pursuing right now is the CMHC's Housing Supply Challenge, which is community-led designs for specialized housing in the north. This is a project we hope to support systems change by giving communities a chance to co-create housing packages that will be appropriate for the north. We were successful with our stage 1 application, and now we are in the process of completing the full application, which is due June 15th. Representatives from many communities and tribal councils have already assisted in the shaping and preparation of this grant. This program looks for changes to the pre-development process for everything from design to tender, to procurement and project management, the part of the housing development that happens before construction starts. The fund, and just a note too on this is the funding can only be used for research and development and cannot be used for used to build or for many capital projects. So this proposed project, community-led designs for specialized housing in the north, looks to develop shovel-ready housing plans that can be used for all Nan First Nations to address the needs of 3 greatest needs populations. We will create tools for communities to be able to address the housing needs of members that they have identified. We'll reduce the burden of communities of undertaking this expensive construction work and increase community readiness for current and future funding applications. To complete this project, a co-creation team is being formed of NAN members and frontline service providers who work directly with each of the populations identified through the project, and that will be partnered with an architect to create appropriate designs that best meet the needs of each population. Design work will be supported by tribal councils and other technical experts to ensure that project deliverables are ready to be used by communities. So this is what I mentioned earlier. Through our engagements, we heard clearly from community members that these 3 demographics felt they were left out to accessing a home. There was no clear pathway for them, and that was single adults, housing with supports, elders homes, and emergency housing. And this goes back to our discussion earlier on about infrastructure, and we made sure that within this work that that it's not only a housing strategy, but we included the related infrastructure that's needed to build homes, whether it's serviceable lots, water and sewer mains. So you'll see in your chief's kit there is we've captured that data the best way we could with the data the data we collected, and so I'll just quickly go through that as well. So our work on determining the immediate housing and infrastructure needs within the Nan territory, we used existing data to estimate what the current housing and infrastructure needs are across Nan in the technical report that should be included in those packages. So the overview of the report, as well as a snapshot of the current estimated needs. Immediate housing and infrastructure needs report was developed to identify a base estimate for Nan housing and infrastructure needs using averages. The estimate demonstrates the scale of the housing and infrastructure emergency across Nan. We will walk through this development and the estimates to discuss the results. We're looking for feedback on this, on what numbers we'll use for Nan and the Nan executive to help advocate for. So here is a snapshot what the current estimated housing need is. From reviewing existing data, there are several big takeaways. Each dot represents 50 units, and according to the Census 2016, there are approximately 6,000 units in Nan territory. As you see, housing units are aging, and by 2030, over 50% of the housing units will be over 30 years old. We know housing lifespans are short on reserve, and after a certain point, no amount of major repair will make them livable for families. By 2030, it is likely that 50% of the current housing stock will need replacement. Additionally, we know Nan communities are running out of serviceable lots, and many communities likely do not have any serviceable lots at the moment. We also noted that the data sources at the bottom of the slide, for serviceable lots, we did pull from the AFN's Housing Needs Survey from 2019, and only 26 NAN communities that responded to their question, and only represented 26 NAN communities that responded to their questions on serviceable lots. So as we talked about earlier this morning, there is a housing crisis. But we also, you could say that there's an infrastructure crisis as well. Many of our current systems are in need of replacement and cannot accommodate existing need or any growth. This snapshot provides an overview of water treatment plants, wastewater treatment, and waste management. We only have these infrastructure listed because we only have specific data on these infrastructure to provide estimated need of replacement. So water treatment plants, for most built in the 1990s, water treatment plants are at the end of the design life, and some are coming up at the end of the design life. So 1 in 3 are in need of replacement according to API inspection reports. That's an annual inspection done on community infrastructure, specifically to water. So wastewater treatment replacement has not received proper infrastructure investment over the past 30 years. So 1 in 2 lagoon or other wastewater treatment infrastructure needs replacement. This is a topic that we continue to hear talking with communities, that their lagoons or their wastewater systems have not been updated or have received any investment. Waste management, this estimate is based on acres reporting that is likely that the need of replacement is higher than 1 in 4. As you are aware, the need for housing and infrastructure in our communities is dire, and the current housing and infrastructure will continue to degrade without adequate infrastructure or investment. So the data sources, this report uses available data from government sources and NAN reports to highlight immediate needs using needs unit. More accurate data exists. As it illustrates, using the government's data, just how large the housing and infrastructure gap across NAN territory. We use both Census 2016 and ISK data. Both sources have different housing and population counts, and so we carried out the same calculations for each source. We will continue to update these numbers with more data becomes available, such as Census 2021 and most recent data at Indigenous Services Canada. However, estimates from both sources show a significant range of housing needs which demonstrate the need for more accurate, reliable, and regular data. So we broke down the housing need estimate into 2 parts and applied the process to both census data and ISK data. For the part, we used 3 target densities on average persons per household. The average NAN housing density in 2016 was around 2.8 people per household. We asked what if we had enough houses, so the averages would be 3.53, 3.07, or 2.6 people per household. 3.5 was identified in a previous NAN community path report for addressing housing wait lists, and 2.6 was the average in Ontario in 2016. The third target, 3.07, is the midpoint between 3.53 and 2.6. For the second part of the estimate, we identified the number of units that need to be replaced based on age. We used a conservative estimate of 30 years or older, which is about 33% of the NAN housing stock. It is important to remember that these numbers are estimates and are not our starting point for discussion. We developed a range of estimates because it is not possible to identify one single number and say that is what is needed. Further, housing need estimates do not take into account the number of community members wishing to return to their communities or for future population growth. So the table shows the range of estimates from both census and ISK data. The estimate range between both sources is large, 2,434 to 7,588 total housing units needed. So the first column is highlighted here, and this is where the target densities we used. The second column highlights how many additional new units would need to be built to meet the target density. The third column shows that how many units would need to be replaced based on age. And the fourth column is the final estimate, which combines the additional need units and the replacement units to provide a total number of housing units needed. Even at its lowest housing estimate of 2,424 is significant. The lowest census estimate is also close to the data AFN collected from their housing surveys need from 2019. 34 out of the 49 NAN communities participated in this survey. However, not every community answered every question, so there is a variation in the data. So this is where we need feedback from the leadership today, is what total housing number do you want NAN to use and advocate on? Which estimate should be our milestone estimate or housing need in discussions with federal and provincial governments and other partners? So I think we'll just ask that at the end of the presentation. Serviceable lots, I know there was a lot of discussion again this morning about it. So another major learning from the 2019 AFN survey was that 26 respondents reported that there are only 106 serviceable lots available in their communities, which averages to about 4 lots per community. We can say from our estimates that the AFN data that there is a severe and extreme infrastructure shortage. If we were to try to meet current need, not even future need, a rapid expansion and upgrades to infrastructure is required. Current federal policies on funding infrastructure needs to change in order to properly plan and grow the communities. And this is something we see a lot of, and I talk about is back home in Bearskin, this is something that they face. Probably 80% of the homes are on truck haul service. So yeah, it's a continued reliance on truck haul service for infrastructure. We have seen how this Band-Aid solution deteriorates housing stock and infrastructure much faster. So using the range of housing estimates, we calculate a minimum estimate for linear infrastructure for new housing units. We use standard lot sizes and assume that we would be houses on both sides of the road, as well as assume infrastructure would be extended from current footprints and that there is no physical barriers to expansion. Estimates range from 13 kilometers to 89 kilometers of new linear infrastructure. The estimates do not take into account constraints, as in being located on islands, peninsulas, or being surrounded by muskeg or swamp, or airports. Again, these estimates demonstrate the minimum of need. We also reviewed NAN's waste management infrastructure asset and assessment report. ISK's annual performance inspection reports and long-term drinking water advisories to identify water and wastewater plants and waste management systems that require upgrading based on their design and operational risk assessments. At least a quarter of the systems is in need of immediate replacement. Again, these are minimum replacement estimates. Water and wastewater systems and waste management estimates do not take into account if current systems can accommodate new housing or future growth. It only identifies systems in need of immediate replacement. So these findings present the first step on an estimated level of need for housing and infrastructure in the NAN territory. The immediate needs estimates identify areas for future investigation and advocacy. We have included these in the NAN Housing Strategy Roadmap as well for consideration. Some specific actions NAN can take include identifying required changes to funding mechanisms, including operation and maintenance, understanding housing and infrastructure need through the full continuum of housing on reserve, project phasing of integrated housing and infrastructure implementation plans. Relevant housing data will continue to be collected to review and define housing and infrastructure estimates. Undertake NAN-wide infrastructure needs assessment in order to identify proper levels of funding and investment for capital and operation maintenance needs. So we will present a resolution regarding this action this afternoon. Sorry, I skipped ahead on my slides, but the resolution that we want to present today is, and the minister talked about it yesterday was there's an external mandate from government to closing the infrastructure gap by 2030, and that's something we want to put together and at NAN to help communities advocate for what we're talking about here today with housing and water, wastewater, roads. We want to help put that together and submit it into that process. So the key takeaways from the report. First, when looking at the range of total new housing construction needed, it is likely somewhere in the middle of 2,000 to 7,500 unit estimate. While this is likely somewhere in the middle, or doesn't count as a surprise to anyone here, it is a substantial need. Again, this estimate does not include future growth or the number of community members wanting to return to their communities. The second is the replacement rate based on housing age. 33% of the current housing stock will need to be replaced due to age. If we currently use the 30-year housing lifespan, that will mean that by 2030, an additional 24% of the current housing stock will need to be replaced. So this is why improving the quality of construction and materials is needed to increase housing lifespans beyond the 30 years. Third, taking all this into account, current federal funding commitments are not enough. A significant increase is needed for both housing and infrastructure is needed, and it must be done together. Many communities are planning to build on their last serviceable lots. Housing and funding without appropriate funding or appropriate infrastructure funding will stall construction and further add to the wait list. As we noted in the slide on AFN's housing survey and available serviceable lots, that was a point in time in 2019. The lack of available service lots or funding for expansion will continue to displace community members off reserve or into overcrowded or into precarious housing situations. So NAN proposes to make this technical report a living document at future Chiefs Assemblies, However, we want to invite you to input into this document as a first review. So our work continues to address the housing crisis within NAN, and it will require us to focus our time and resources of areas of highest priority. So we want to pose a few questions to the chiefs and the leadership here today to consider and respond to ensure our work aligns with the vision of leadership. So today we're looking for feedback from the Assembly on the roadmap. Do you have initial comments or concerns? Which themes are of the highest priority for your community and for NAN? We're looking for feedback on the immediate housing and infrastructure needs technical report. Does this report reflect an overview of your community's immediate housing and related infrastructure needs? What do you want to see added or revised in the report? There will be more opportunities to provide input and feedback in the NAN Housing Strategy Roadmap and the development of a detailed implementation plan. I've listed here just three more venues to provide that report until we seek a resolution to finally implement the NAN housing strategy. The immediate housing and infrastructure needs technical report, version 1, will be revised according to input from the chiefs. A resolution making the report a living document will be presented at a future Chiefs Assembly where we will be able to track and measure immediate needs over the long term and ensure NAN is receiving the appropriate and proper estimates or investments into housing and infrastructure on reserve. So that concludes my presentation, but I did have a few questions on the previous slides, so I don't know how we do this. Just
All right, thank you. And I just have an announcement reminder to chiefs and proxies to please sign in at registration for the afternoon sessions. So don't forget to do that. And then we'll open the floor to questions and comments. And of course, digitally, please raise your hand if any questions or comments. Proxy Quizzes.
Hello, bonjour. Ni kagote egon egon of the cinema Tagonigatek. So I just want to ask a question. I don't see anything there on that housing emergency engagement. I think the health should be there because it's involves with the housing. I see a lot of houses that are built with only one washroom, you know, and it's a huge health impact, especially with this pandemic. What's happening? Eh? So I think that has to be included for future reference with this strategy here. We can't forget our health there because it's part of our life, our well-being. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Go ahead.
yeah, Gary, that's as mentioned in one of our themes. One of them are the health impacts due to housing. And we did, one of our previous initiatives that NAN was a part of and included was the air quality study with Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. And there, it was a 2-year study on the impacts on children's health, on their respiratory health. And it was something that it was an important project to be part of just because we knew that, with overcrowding with the health, with mold, you know, that there was consequences to that. And I know leadership has been saying that for many years, and it was so important that we were included with that initiative, just because now we have that data to say these houses are making us sick, you know. So we will. That is one of our themes. That is one of our priorities. So we'll continue on that.
Miigwech proxy quizzes. All right, the floor is still open for any questions or comments. And of course, if you're virtual, please use the raise your hand function. Okay, so there are a couple of questions that Mike McKay was proposing. We'll ask for them to be put back on the screen as well.
Okay. So does he speak first?
All right, and then I've seen that Chief Ramona Sutherland has raised their hand.
Thank you very much, Mike. That's a lot of work you did there, including very important, some data, your surveys, your projections. That's a lot of work. And I just want to say miigwech for your work. I think without your leadership, we would be scrambling about what we need and the projections for service lots. That is amazing work. And I just want to say, you know, I'm very impressed with your work, and miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Ramona Sutherland. We also have a comment or a question from the NAN Youth Council, and then we'll go to Proxy Cromartie. So Youth Council, Ashley Bach.
Hi, Nishkatsan Council is wondering if you guys are prioritizing like energy efficiency and addressing energy issue costs like hydro costs too.
So, sorry, you said energy efficiency?
Yeah, like energy efficiency in housing.
Yeah, no, and that's why we want to be work on the the housing supply challenge. You know, working with I know we've been working with you quite a bit on our housing strategy engagements, and thank you for that. And that's why we want to bring together these technical teams to talk about that. We want to bring together where people, community members, tribal councils to talk about that, and we assign them with an architect, and hopefully that can be brought up. You know, we know that climate change and housing is a major impact on climate change, and so trying to achieve those Ontario Building Code standards or the National Building Code standards, it's tough for communities sometimes just because it does increase costs, but there is a benefit to, you know, climate change and to an environment, but it needs to be built properly. Those houses, you know, I talk about it here, you know, a lot of the houses, the new way of building in the early 90s, the R2000 construction practices, you are now seeing them deteriorate. I know the house I grew up in Bearskin Lake, I didn't understand, and my late grandfather, Matthew Beardy, did not understand why it was falling apart. Because what you need with those types of homes is essentially a mechanical system. Because, you know, you live, we talk about it quite a bit, you live in a plastic bag. So you need the home to breathe, because the older houses, there was a draft right through them. You had fresh air all the time. So you didn't have that problem, and it causes health impacts as well. And and it causes mold. And so, yeah, that's something we'll include as part of our work, is the energy efficiency and codes.
Miigwech for your question from NAN Youth Council member Ashley Bach. I'd like to turn the floor to Proxy Cromartie.
Okay, thank you again. In our community in Wanaman, we consider housing a top priority. We do everything we can to find money to build some homes in whatever way we can. I find there's no designated government funding for housing. We do get money from capital programs, stuff like that, but I think there should be a designated funding just for housing. And what I wanted to say in terms of our presentation was, I remember Nan had been advocating for 5,000 units for a very long time now. When Grand Chief Fox, I mean the old Fox, not the new one, used to float around the number of 5,000 units is what we need, but we never found substantiation or the numbers, how we got to that figure. So I'm glad the new Fox is improving on the database for what we need. And that's one of the problems we had at NAN when I was there, when Yesno was the Grand Chief. We tried to create a database for non-First Nation communities to identify exactly what you're working on right now in terms of housing, infrastructure needs. I know NAN was required to advocate on resolving boil water advisories, but they never knew what the problems were for each boil water advisory, what was wrong with it, and how much it cost. And to advocate for something like that, we need the numbers, we need the data for our political advocacy, and that's why it's important. We try to create that database on these important issues facing our communities. So this is a good start. I feel that number though could be on the low side of what we need in our communities, the actual needs there. Once we start getting into the communities, we'll know what we're missing. But I think we should use that 7,588, but we should call this non-housing crisis situation right now when we advocate for this. And I don't know what your cost estimates are for each unit. We did a quick calculation here, me and the chief here, 7,500 with an average cost of $300,000 each unit. That's over $2 billion that we would need.
$2 million.
And you recall yesterday the Minister of Indian Affairs said they had $2 billion for First Nation housing in the budget, but that's for all of Canada. It doesn't even meet our needs, what the government is offering right now, so we will have a lot of work for trying to get the funding required. I wanted to comment on the lots. In our community, we had submitted 30-lot new subdivision proposal to the federal government back in 2011. It was like $1.2 million to expand to a 30-lot area. 2011, and finally we resurrected that proposal a couple of years ago and went back to government with it. Now, what was approved was $6 million for the same project we had in 2011. So $2 million, it went up $4 million to $6 million to clear the 30 lots, build the roads, put in the hydro line and the water system. Cost us $6 million, and we're working on that right now in our community. I guess we can share that proposal just for information purposes, just to get an idea of what it costs for us. I mean, I think this should be the top priority at that, housing.
So I could just comment on that. So yeah, data, obviously it's very important, trying to access those data sources, with the help of the resolutions that we use. The chiefs and leadership of NAN have allowed us to access, if it's the integrated capital management system, which is an annual reporting requirement that the community fills out and provides to ISK, we're able to access that, and that gives us that data to make these projections. So it's very helpful when the NAN leadership does support this work. So yeah, if that's okay, you had mentioned you would be good with, my question earlier to leadership was which numbers or estimates would you like NAN to use? And you said 7,588. So guess we'll continue with that. Or I'm not too sure how we get consensus on that, or I'm not too sure. Is it just more? Sorry.
Yeah, just to comment on that figure, that would be I would see that as an interim or minimum base that we want right now. We have to keep building on that as we move along. Yep. We'll identify more needs. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Like I said, there was not limitations, but we were specific on this. The technical report provided was for the immediate housing needs. This was not for people or community membership wanting to come back or population growth. This is 7,588 is what the communities need now. So we'll make sure to start using that number for NAN to advocate on. Probably you'll hear a little bit more in this afternoon's presentation is the cost of infrastructure and housing projects. It's increased significantly. It's doubled from some of our discussions we had. So today we'll have AFN this afternoon present on the infrastructure gap. They might touch on how much projects have increased. Yeah, I think that's all my comments around.
Igoj for the direction and the comments, Proxy Cromarty. I see that the NAN Women's Council, Cecilia, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Cecilia from Slate Falls. I sit with the NAN Women's Council. I missed a part of your presentation, Mike, here over lunch hour, but it might have been talked about already. But I was just wondering about the building, the standard housing hasn't been up to our level. They find ways to. I find that they find ways to cut costs. How do you plan to address this to bring our level of housing to the standard that they should be? I really think that it should be prioritized in the planning of our capital management. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. I did, I was trying to look up where your question fell into. One of the themes we want to look at is, trying to achieve a higher standard of building. But I think that also goes back to the planning and procurement and project management of a housing project. If you identify, in my experience in housing, being a housing coordinator at tribal council level, housing inspector, we've seen that a lot of times the materials that are used, that are being sent up to communities is substandard, as leadership has said today. And that's why I think that project I talked about today through the housing supply challenge puts a focus on the planning stage. There you're able to identify which supplies and materials you want to use to build your homes, and which will create better housing construction. It will allow the home to last longer. And so I think even just that will help with creating a higher standard of housing for communities.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was with this COVID that this pandemic we've been in the last 2 years. I was kind of thinking about the deficit that Ontario is going to be facing. How is that going to impact us with funding? Are they going to find ways to cut costs to forward our monies to the communities, like for our own people? Like I don't know why I think that they'll do that, but I'm almost thinking that they're going to find a lot of ways to cut costs on everything for our communities and our people, and like education, health, housing. We're all going to be, I believe that we're going to be impacted, and how is that going to be dealt with?
So, how's Ontario's deficit going to impact housing? Ontario? What I'm thinking is just quickly for housing, it's as you know, it's federal funding, right? So. I was thinking, was your question based around Ontario funding?
I mean, either way. Like if it's Ontario federal, they'll work together. I know this is the government we're talking about. I think like they're going to work together to find ways to cut costs. Either way, whether it's Ontario or provincial. I mean federal. Provincial or federal. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but.
Yeah. No, thank you for that question. It'll impact the funding most definitely. I know that we had Saul in here earlier, and he was talking about the both levels of government running into a deficit due to COVID, and them looking. It wasn't just Saul, it was some of our chiefs talking about them looking to the north for resources for development to replenish some of those, those funds, their treasury. So there was some talk about the economic development, mining, them looking to rebound from this deficit. But currently what we rely on at NAN is just the announcements that they've made. Right, so as you would have heard, the PCs who are in election mode right now made their announcements. They made funding announcements, which probably will not come into effect if they are not reelected. And then the federal government made their annual report, their budget announcement. So we we trust, we rely on those announcements, but they are in a deficit, and it will affect not just NAN, but other First Nations throughout the country. So yes, it will. Thank you.
Miigwech for the questions from NAN's Women's Council. At this time, I would like to bring up the questions that Mike McKay has to direct the housing and infrastructure. So if we could pull up those slides to get some direction with those questions.
Slide number 40. Yeah, so the first question there is on the NAN housing strategy roadmap. Do you have any initial comments or concerns? Which themes are of highest priority for your community and for NAN? I know there's already been some questions around building standards and infrastructure, the need for more serviceable lots, and that was one of our themes, so we'll take those comments into account and make those changes. The other questions today is on the looking for feedback on the immediate housing and infrastructure needs technical report, which is included in the Chief's kits. Does this report reflect an overview of your community's immediate housing and related infrastructure needs? What do you want to see added or revised in the report? Thanks.
So I see that we have Chief Wesley. Floor is yours.
I was just quickly trying to frame what I was going to say. I think in terms of the question about our housing needs, I think we need to go for what we really need, and not base it on, you know, if we say we need 5,000 homes, then that's what we should be shooting for. The other issue that I have on the housing funding side is that, you know, periodically there's government initiatives that try to address funding issues. Not too long ago, there was a discussion about a funding program, and they did a poll of the First Nations as to what they think funding regimes should look like. So I offered my contribution, and it ended up meaning nothing. And they come up with this wonderful housing program that I had absolutely no use for. And I think I speak for all the communities when I say that. That didn't resolve my housing situation at all. And I think if we're going to be creating or advocating for new funding programs, it has to be meaningful and applicable to our First Nation needs. The other thing that I would encourage is just the other week I was inspecting one of our vaccination buildings that we acquired over the winter. This is a nice building. The foundation was completely modular, and it's a unique foundation design. And the building itself, in terms of our quality, it had to be up there in heat retention. So the other suggestion I have along those lines is to see if we can partner with suppliers and encourage that social responsibility with the housing industry in order to have innovative housing like that. It's an expensive house, but you know, if there's a collective effort, you know, we could come up with housing solutions that really meet our needs. I have serious problems with housing, like especially for the youth. I have a real high bachelor rate for all those single ladies. You know, I have an unusually high number of bachelors in my community, and the same thing with young ladies. So that's another area that needs to be looked at. But those are the things that I would like to encourage is innovation in housing and then meaningful funding. And we also have to be innovative in the sense of acquiring capital for our own initiatives. We have to look at our resources ourselves. Say carbon as an example is an opportunity that we should be pursuing. I'm sure Derek knows what I'm talking about, Grand Chief knows what I'm talking about here. We have to create our own funding solutions. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Chief Wesley. Do you want me to comment first? Yeah, so going back to the immediate needs document and feedback, sounds to me that using the projection of the 7,588 is what NAN will use in our technical report. So the NAN executive can advocate on. The other thing is, my other question there was which themes are the highest priority, and just listening here today, Chief Wesley had mentioned design, and so that is one of our themes identified through the engagement, so we'll kind of make sure that is one of the priorities. It already is, like I said, we did apply for that CMHC's supply challenge, which looks to build homes specifically for the north. We know what is being built right now is not meant for the climate and the conditions, so I'll make sure we kind of bump that up into one of our main priorities.
All right, so at this time, we're still looking for a bit of direction from any of the chiefs on the floor or virtually. Any comments or further direction about all right, Matachuan, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chief Batiste from Matachuan. Yeah, this is was always a crisis, but when it comes to the housing of our First Nation people right across the land. And the prices right now, I just want to give you an example. We're going to build 2 homes on our First Nation, and each home costs complete with $375,000 for 1 home. So the price of materials and that, we are also looking at other revenue because we do have a resource sharing agreement with the government as well, too. But I guess the overall picture is, how do we ever get out of it? Where we get federal government for funding, because that's going to be enormous. Whatever, if we needed 5,000 homes across NAN territory, do the numbers. I mean, that's enormous. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree that, as I said earlier, the cost of materials, the cost of construction you might probably hear it this afternoon, it's actually doubled to build infrastructure and housing projects. And going back to my question and just kind of interpreting what you just said, it falls into one of our themes about design and materials, and within there is like utilizing proper procurement practices, which we hope that you identify the materials and supplies you need for that specific project, you tender it out, hopefully that drives down the cost a bit, and so that is kind of falls into one of our themes. So we'll just make a note of that. Make sure to include it.
Miigwech for the direction, Chief Batiste. All right, so just before we close out this segment, I'd like to call out for any more guidance or direction from the floor virtually before we move on to our next topic. So, Nakaji. All right, Chief Nakaji.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I jumped in late and missed the discussion, but I caught the last chief that have spoke regarding cost of building house today. I know we're constructing homes this summer here, and yes, what I want to share is in regards to funding you receive from CMHC. Yeah, we finally got it done. We're going to get it through, but they're always CMHC doesn't cover everything. I know First Nation needs to put a portion of the funds, and we're feeling it this year where the costs. And I agree with the chief again. I spoke, but I know for per house here, just within this past year, it cost one home to have it completed. It was about 400 and something thousand. So I just want to put these out there numbers. I'm sure you did this already, but just so others understand is CMHC, it only covers a portion. So when it does cover a portion, First Nation has to identify funds in-house to complete these homes. For example, CMHC only gave Fort Albany First Nation in total to build 9 homes, I'll say, and it's a bit over 2 million something. So of course we're gonna gladly take it, knowing we're already in a hole in the beginning. But you said you're gonna build 9 homes. You have to build 9 homes to try anyways. So we put the tender out, and First Nation here, well, yes, we'll have to identify extra funds in-house to complete these homes. Why we share that is that with the cost of what happened in this past year, 2 years, I guess, everything doubled, and I think it's true where it will cost more. I just want to support what the chief's saying. And up here in Fort Albany, we only have the winter road, and we were lucky enough this year that the winter road lasted longer than usual and managed to get in most of our materials, almost all of them, except the stuff that don't freeze. So yes, we're remote, and again, just so people know that we have some planning to do, and it costs money, but it is hard when you already know you're going to go into a deficit when you start building these homes. Because I'll share here just so everybody knows, is that we managed to get a contractor that was willing to build them 9 homes, is about 3-something million. At the top of my head, I think 3.1 million. So right there puts the First Nation $1 million that we have to find out funds in-house. But I just wanted to put out there so people are aware of the actual what kind of work and stuff needs to happen in the background. So again, we have just wanted to share that, and just to share what I want to see more details and more planning in the future, and hope to see you and meet you in person. Amigos.
Thank you, Chief. Just one quick comment. One of our projects within the NAN housing strategy, as I mentioned earlier, was the true cost of housing in the north. Like you're saying, the CMHC might not provide funding to prep the site, to build a new road, for new hydro poles. I know a few communities are struggling with that right now because they have to build, install hydro poles. They have to fly up the ESA, the Electrical Safety Authority inspector, to inspect the electrical wiring, which costs about 10,000 per visit. So these costs, it adds up, and sometimes they're missed as part of the planning. So that's why it was important for us to work on that project. So invite communities if we can reach out to you, and if you can support us on that, we'll gladly work together.
Miigwech Chief Nakaji. We will have 3 more here. I see Neshkanaga, then we'll move to North Caribou, and then Arrowland. So Neshkanaga, the floor is yours.
Okay, bonjour. For your question there, Mike, I think we should go with the highest number you have, because like for my community, we just lost 3 houses due to the fire. That's another another challenge. And I think that's one of the needs for everybody is housing. Like for our renovation, well, ours is not completed yet due to the construction wise. You know, we're having there. We have to be careful with the contractors too. I think that has to be included. I know there are a lot of contractors that take First Nations for right. You know, and you get into deficit after that. So I think we have to do the homework to find a proper housing people that really wants to help First Nations. So that's the struggle we have as guys. You know, we're building 6 modular homes, but we're not gaining anything. We just lost three homes on fire. So infrastructure, it's a very big issue. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Gary. We'll make notes of that, of using those numbers you identified. Thanks.
All right, Miigwech Croxy and we'll move to North Caribou Lake. Floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Bonjour. I just want to say regarding housing, we have the same problem with the North Caribou, lack of housing. And we're talking about the numbers here. And all of us are aware that the cost of living today is very high. The cost of housing supplies, the labor, the hookups, hydro hookups, sewage water, you know, everything. And yeah, the inspectors that do come around. It's going to be costly. And there's one thing I haven't heard discussed is the transporting of the housing supplies to the remote communities. Not just the remote communities, but the others that are connected with the road. The transporting charges are very high, and also the way things are going now, the global warming, the winter road is no longer viable. It's just a short window of time to transport the housing supplies if the community orders the supplies that they need. And when and what happens if not all are transported by the winter road? They have to use the airline by air, which is more costly when you do charters. So these are the things I wanted to bring up. Talking about the cost. Over the years, my community has been getting money from I still call them Indian Affairs, ISC now. Over the years, over decades, we were only allowed to have 6 units per year, 6 houses. And now, today, we'll be lucky if we're going to have 3 houses because due to a high cost of everything going up. So we really need help with funding to get more houses. You know, it hurts, like one chief said, it hurts when a young person, a young family comes to me and asks for a house. He doesn't have anywhere to live. And if they're living somewhere, it's crowded. They need their space, their privacy. So we definitely need funding for my community to build more houses. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Just making notes. Again, kind of falls back into my question about what does leadership want NAN to use as priorities? So one of them, you talk about funding, and that's kind of one of our themes. So we'll have the team make sure to include this as we prepare a revised copy of the roadmap and look to get approval on it at the next assembly. So thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Benson. We'll take one more here and then we'll wrap it up for this session. Of course, we have we'll be moving to Aeroland for Chief Toledo. So the floor will be yours. And just a reminder that we do have the in-camera session later on to further discuss. And Mike McKay will be here. So if you have any direction or further guidance, please reach out to him as well. So Chief Toledo, Aeroland, the floor is yours.
Okay, Miigwech, thank you, Chief Dorothy Toledo, Airland First Nation. Just listening here, what other chiefs have expressed. I agree, we should go with the highest number we can go with. Let's just go for the higher number. And also, everybody's community is different. We have housing shortage, and to accommodate our people that are in our communities right now, we have to consider everything when we do this housing strategy there. You have to have design in place too. How do you accommodate your people? You got to accommodate your single, youth, elders, because right now, not that they have a choice in my community. There's one person living in a 3-4 bedroom house because they need that access. They can't. They don't want to move out of their communities because of design of. Sometimes they make houses into duplexes and that. And they don't want to live that way. They want their own little house because sometimes you have issues with your neighbors, and they don't want that kind of a housing setting. That can be a problem. So I know most of us, like for Airland, we I know you have to fill out applications with CMHC Section 95 through that expression of interest. And in order to get that, you have to be, your finances have to be, in that ratio, to qualify for these Section CMHC housing. And, and these things need to be paid monthly too. It's good for people on social assistance. That way you're guaranteed that rent, that revenue. You can take in that revenue so you can pay off your loan that you've taken with this program. And sometimes it doesn't work out. That person finds a job and they don't pay. You can't kick them out. So they're living there for free. And then the First Nation has to take that deficit and pay it out of wherever they can take the money to top off what's required for those units. But, it's good that this is coming into play, and, this is a huge a need for our community, our First Nations, and yeah, so I just wanted to share that, and just make sure you look at all avenues of different kind of housing that's required in the communities to accommodate everybody there. Miigwech.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Thank you for that feedback. That's helpful for us to identify which numbers to use to complete our immediate needs document. Yeah, and that your comment about demographic groups, that was something that was identified through the engagement. Was, as I said earlier, there was no clear pathway for youth, elders, emergency housing. Yeah, there was no clear pathway for youth to access homes. So that's something we heard. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Tuito. As I was making the announcement for one more, Chief Wesley had raised their hand, so I just want to be respectful of Chief Wesley's time. So the floor is yours as the last one.
I apologize for dragging this on, but I neglected to mention as part of the innovative solutions is the biggest cost that the First Nations face is the cost of the 2x4. So I think one of the innovative approaches is the creation of a buying group. And in order to drive the cost of lumber down, one of the biggest factors that we face is the cost of transportation, and at an average of 15,000 per unit. So it makes sense that, First Nations would partner as a buying group. And that was the other suggestion I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Chief Wesley. We'll make sure to note that and include it within our roadmap as partnerships with communities, tribal councils, or within. I know a lot of communities work together within the same corridor, Winter Road, and there's been some initiatives out there where I think Mishkigawak has one with they have a supplier that they work with their communities. So yeah, thanks for that.
Miigwech, Chief Wesley. All right, so that will conclude the topic for this session, and we'll move along into our next topic. Miigwech for all of the guidance and insight. Of course, you can reach out to Mike McKay at any time on his NAN email, or he'll be here as well. And I'll pass the floor to my co-chair, Adam.
Thanks, Mike. Miigwech, thank you, Mike, for that presentation, and Chiefs for your comments and direction. So it's just after 2 o'clock. We're about an hour behind the next agenda item. We're ready to go. So I'm going to ask Darian Baskadwang to come up. Darian is with OKT Law. We also have the Honorable Harry Laforme, who was on the virtual session earlier. Is he still there? Okay, he is still there. As well, we have some technical people standing by. So this is on the First Nation drinking water settlement. I know there was some questions earlier when we had Minister Patty Haidu. There was some commentary on this that may come up again on this session. So with that, I'm going to give it to Darian, and we'll probably throw it to the Honorable Harry Laforme to make some comments, and we'll get right into it. So with that, Darian Baskadwang.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to pass it first to Harry, who I understand has to leave quite shortly to attend another community meeting. So Harry, if you don't mind.
Okay, Miigwech, Darian, and miigwech to Nishnawbe Aski Nation for giving us this time. I wanted to I have to first let me apologize because I had another session, as Darian alluded to, with another First Nation out in BC who are trying to get some traditional cultural territory back. So that's why I'm going to be brief, and I'll have to leave you, and I'm sorry about that. Darian and perhaps others will guide you through some of the really nuts and bolts of the water class action lawsuit that was settled. But I just want to take it at the beginning from a high level and tell you what we were trying to achieve, and in particular what the First Nations class representatives were trying to achieve when we undertook this class action. The first thing we wanted to do was we wanted to make the government of Canada responsible for water in a legal sense. In other words, we wanted to make their responsibility for the clean water and the water issues on many First Nations, which were about 250 at the time, that were going to be try to resolve their water issues going forward. So what they were interested in is taking Canada's position, which was that's a government, a policy decision on their part to fix water. In other words, they had no legal obligation to do it from their perspective. We and the representative plaintiffs wanted that as our first mission, our first responsibility, to take that government of Canada position and make it a legal obligation. And when the courts approved the settlement agreement, that's what it did. It converted what they say is nothing more than a governance issue into one that's legally binding on the government. That was the first thing. The second thing we wanted to get out of it was we wanted to make this legal binding commitment, promise on the part of Canada to be one that if they didn't agree or if they didn't fulfill their commitment in a manner that the First Nations believed they should, we wanted a dispute resolution process. And this came out in the agreement that would include First Nations communities, their legal traditions, their legal protocols, their language, and indeed that dispute resolution process can take place in that First Nation. In other words, if a First Nation disagrees that the government is pursuing this and complying with their reasonable efforts to fix it, and the First Nation believes that there's another more reasonable way to do this, they can, in other words, they're part of the decision-making process on how we go forward so that future generations don't have to suffer in the way the current ones are. So that was kind of a joint decision-making issue that became important and was put in place. The second thing is we had to consider all of the, whether or not we could achieve a success greater than what we could if we took it to court. There are several issues that go in there. Limitation periods were insisted upon by Canada that impacted on compensation and damages for harm done. That was going to apply whether it in court or in the way it was negotiated. There was some ability to move that a little bit. And so that happened. We had to also address the issue of proof of all the damages that members of First Nations would have to establish in a court, and that's by evidence. And so all of that was factored in. We then had to consider how long would it take. We wanted a remedy that was going to be current right now, today, and move forward with that. Court decisions, as probably everyone knows, can take years, because a decision, and the issue that we were struggling with was how, what's the legal obligation on the part of Canada. I'm quite certain that that would have gone through virtually every appeal level, and we would have been at a minimum 9 years in litigation. So nothing would have been available and be moved forward for at least that time. That's the, I think that's the last thing that I want to say. So all of that had to be considered. So there were 3 parts of the settlement agreement, and the litigation that we were undertaking was the legal obligation, the dispute resolution process, and then, of course, the amounts of money. And then it was the how to address the damages or compensation for those members of First Nations who suffered under a water advisory. And I think from here, Darian will have particulars and further information that he'll share with you. And you should always know that if there are any questions that don't get answered today about that settlement agreement, that our offices and those of McCarthy Tetro, who are co-counsel on this, have websites and lines of communication that we're certainly in position to answer them later on. Once again, I apologize for having to leave you early, but there's a First Nation in British Columbia that's hopefully counting on my appearance on their behalf. So I want to miigwech to all of you for listening to me, and miigwech for allowing me to attend this important session.
Okay, so with that, I guess I'll introduce myself. So, Bojo, Ani, Nindawe naman ganadak, miigwech dam nung kishagat. Darian Biscatawang on Dejnakas, White Sand Donjaba. Hello, everyone. My name is Darian Biscatawang, and I'm from White Sand First Nation. I am very grateful to be here with you all today, and I'm very grateful to have heard the grandfathers roaring in last night for the first time in a long time. I'm a language relearner, so if you heard errors during that, forgive me. So today I'm here to talk to you about the First Nations drinking water settlement and what it means for communities. The settlement agreement, first off, is historic. It's the first settlement to tackle the problem of drinking water advisories in First Nations communities. And the agreement is long overdue. And although we reached an agreement within 1 year of negotiations and avoided lengthy court battles, we acknowledge that communities like all of you here have been advocating for clean, safe drinking water for decades. It's the community's efforts and hard truths that have brought us to this point and brought us to the point of being able to negotiate, finalize, and have that approved by the courts. So the agreement has been a long time coming, as I'm sure you all know. And there are lots of traumatic effects the water advisories have had on First Nations people and the communities themselves that they live in, including and especially mental health issues. When we first accepted the agreement in principle, I had the great honor to be invited to Nishkanaga and to sit with the community members there and to listen to their stories to create eventually what would be a community statement that would go on this news release. They eventually said in the news release, as a community, our symptoms are real and result in kids committing suicide, getting rashes, and suffering severe eczema. The skin conditions are particularly awful. They make our people feel like they have had to hide themselves and furthers their loss of dignity on top of already feeling like maybe they don't deserve clean water. This is a result of Canada's failure and blatant systemic racism in the provision of clean, safe drinking water. I, and I'm sure all of us here, share Chief Weetung's hope when she said that she hopes that Indigenous communities will be able to turn their taps on just like non-Indigenous communities in Canada and drink and bathe in the water without fear for our health. So with that, I'd like to walk you through the provisions of this agreement and what it means for communities. So if we can go on to the first. slide. So if there's anything I want you to leave here today knowing, it's everything on this slide. So the total amount in the settlement is about $8 billion. $6 billion of that, at a bare minimum, is to address at actuals community water and wastewater infrastructure, and the rest, the $2 billion-ish, is compensation for both individuals and their communities. And I mentioned the $6 billion. This is quite the floor. If more money is needed, Canada has to pay more because it is now a legal commitment. And as well, the claims process is now open for compensation for both First Nations themselves and for your members and for other members of other communities who live in your communities. Individuals have until March 7th to make a claim, and they can do so by submitting their own claim form, or the First Nation can create what we call a band council confirmation list. This list is a way for communities to help their members or the people living in their community that they consider members, and that will be the base claim. Communities who want to accept the agreement have to do so before December 2nd of this year. So it's quite a bit of a turnaround. And to accept it, you have to submit a band council acceptance resolution, which I assume you probably would have all heard from me at this rate, sending it to you by email a few times. So if you're annoyed from my emails, I'm so sorry. And so on all the forms and all the papers and whatnot, these are actually quite easy to understand and easy to do it yourself. You know, when we went into processing and creating the claims form, we wanted them to be easy to understand and easy to do if you just printed it and got it put in front of you, that you would know everything that you need to know to create and finish your compensation claim form. So if there are other questions on the forms, we can help. We're around all afternoon. So please come and visit me outside. Let me go on to the next slide. So we can actually skip this one. Harry talked about the background. So there are also tons of moving parts about the settlement agreement. You know, in the past few days, we've heard lots about limitation periods, and that is just one aspect of the settlement agreement. Individual compensation is just one part of many that communities sign on to when they accept the settlement agreement. So as I mentioned, there's about $1.8 billion in compensation to individuals and their communities. There's also money for people who have suffered harms under the water advisories. So if you've listened to the water advisory and still got sick or still got hurt in some way, you can get extra compensation for that over and above the yearly amounts. There's also, as I mentioned, actual costs of construction, upgrading, operation, and maintenance of water and water infrastructure in your communities. And this $6 billion has to be spent between now and 2030. As we know, government loves action plans. So there's a renewed commitment to the action plan that they will meet with you regularly, as the minister said yesterday, to sort of create that plan and what that looks like community by community. That part's being led by ISK, so what that looks like is up to them. There's also the repeal and replacement of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, and the replacement will include standards. And it's these standards that First Nations like yourselves can advise on, whether it be through government processes or if you sign on to the advisory committee that we have under the agreement, what we call the First Nations Advisory Committee. If you join that, then you have a direct say in what those standards and what that legislation will look like. And that's just one way to participate and make sure that those standards are real. But it's another thing to have water come out of that plant that you trust, that you feel safe in drinking and bathing and putting on your body and your skin. And as well, the agreement also introduces support for communities to develop their own water governance tools. What that looks like changes community by community, and I know you all have different areas of interest in terms of what you want, if you want, governance over your own water. So there's capacity funding there under the settlement agreement that allows communities to get some money to sort of build their own laws and governance tools, whatever that looks like. So we can go on to the next slide. So who are the individual class members? I'm sure you're getting tons of questions from your members like, am I eligible? Is the community eligible? And we'll get through both of those questions today. So to be a class member, and we sort of went into this yesterday about limitation periods. To be a class member, you have to be a member of any First Nation. It doesn't have to be a member of the First Nation you're living on, but a member of a First Nation. And you had to have been alive on November 20th, 2017. And so where it sort of gets confusing is when your birth date is. So if you're born before November 20th, 1995, so about 26 or older, you would have had to have lived on a community, on an impacted First Nation during its water advisory that lasted continuously for 1 year or longer, so 365 days straight, anytime between November 20th, 2013 and June 20th, 2021. So all that to say is that if you've lived in a community and you're 26 or over, and you've lived in community and you were ordinarily resident in that community, you can only claim compensation going as far back as 2013. But if you're born on or after November 20th, so 26 or younger, so if you're youth or 26 or younger, I guess, it changes. So youth and those who are 26 or younger can go as far back as November 20th, 1995. This is because of the same limitations period problem that we've got. It's because of the way that limitation periods treat young people. Limitation periods don't expect young people to sue or to be sued. And so they're able to go as far back as 1995. This, and the courts have recognized this in the agreement in their decision as well, is quite frustrating for adults who have had adults and elders who've lived in communities their entire lives and have been subject to the same drinking water advisory for their entire life. But this is a limitation period. This is something of federal law that we couldn't get around during negotiation and the preparation of this agreement. And as well, for those communities who are thinking of not accepting the settlement agreement or just want to know, your individual members, so if you're an impacted community on our list, your members are part of the class no matter what. So even if your First Nation doesn't accept the settlement agreement, your members can still make a claim for compensation, and their rights have already been affected by this class action. So go on to the next slide. So ordinarily resident is a big question. So you'd have had to have lived on the reserve for the greater portion of an advisory year that you've lived somewhere else. So in short, if you've spent more time in the community than you did somewhere else, you're ordinarily resident and you're covered. We also have an education carve-out for students. So if your high school students had to leave your community and go to, say, Thunder Bay, Timmins, Sulakaut, or somewhere else, but they would normally live in your community, as long as they're under the age of 18, they're covered, and they can still make a claim for compensation. And as far as off-reserve members go, if you're not ordinarily resident in community, then unfortunately you aren't eligible for compensation. This is because of the structure of the compensation is based on harms due to not having access to clean, safe drinking water. But that's not really the end of the road. The First Nations who accept the settlement agreement and get their community collective compensation, they can choose to redistribute that to their off-reserve members or to all their members if they would like. We are not in the business of telling communities how to spend their money, where to spend their money, or even attach strings. So the money you get under the settlement agreement is yours, and it's yours to spend as you please. So we can go on to the next slide. So on the individual parts, and I'm sure all your members know this or would want to know, individuals have two potential claims to make. They have their basic claim, and the basic claim is what gets you in the door. So if you've lived on a First Nation and you're considered eligible, for the remote communities, you can get $2,000 per year that you've lived under a drinking water advisory. Or if you've had a do not consume or do not use advisory, then you can also get $2,000. But if you're non-remote and it's a do not consume, then it's $1,650. But if you're non-remote and under a boil water, it's $1,300. Now, these numbers are subject to change. So depending on how many people claim or the types of advisory and the remoteness, the numbers are going to change. As well, your individual members have specified injuries claims. So if they listened to the water advisory and still got sick or still got hurt, they have an additional claim to make, and that's called specified injuries. And for that part, the injuries must have been directly caused by the water advisory, either because they used the water or because they didn't have proper access to the water to begin with. It can go either way. But the same eligibility requirements apply. So you would have had to have lived on reserve, during the water advisory, during the period. Yes, all the same eligibility requirements. So move on to the next. All right, and now the First Nation class members. 30 communities of the NAN communities are on our list. But for those who aren't on our list, to be an impacted First Nation, so to get on, you have to provide the administrator, or to accept the settlement agreement, you have to provide the administrator with the Band Council acceptance resolution. But to first get into the door, each must be met, and there are 4 points to meet. You have to be on First Nation lands, so this can be Indian Act lands, First Nations Land Management Act lands, or modern treaty lands. Second, you have to be subject to a drinking water advisory. Now, these drinking water advisories can be declared or issued by anybody. So anybody that you trust to manage your water, whether it be a tribal council, whether it be chief and council, that they are able to issue the water advisory. They're covered. The water advisory would have at least had to last for 1 year, so 365 days straight, between November 20th, 1995 and June 20th, 2021. So as long as you meet all 4, you can get onto our list, and then you can accept and become a class member. Next slide. And class members, so for those communities that choose to accept the settlement agreement, they receive a base payment of $500,000 right off the hop. And you can spend this money as you please, as I mentioned. Later on, after the individuals have made their claim, you'll get an amount equal to 50% of the total individual claims. So for every dollar that a member who lives in your community gets, you'll get an extra 50 cents per dollar. So for example, if the total claims by all the people living in your First Nation total $5 million, your First Nation will receive 2.5 million, so half of the 5, plus the basic 500,000 base payment for a total of $3 million. And again, you're able to use this for whatever purpose. And all of this money is the total First Nation collective damages, because we recognize that not only individuals are impacted under this class action, but the communities themselves. Communities for not having access to clean, safe drinking water, people who have left for that purpose, or even not being able to do ceremonies because the water isn't good to use. So that's why we created this sort of aspect of compensation. Next slide. So as I mentioned, there's also other moving parts. I mentioned the action plan, but really I think the win here in the settlement agreement is the commitment. The commitment is the part that drives us. The commitment is that Canada will make reasonable efforts towards regular access to drinking water, meeting either provincial or federal water quality standards, whatever is stricter. It also comes with a minimum $6 billion spend between now and 2030. And the commitment, as I mentioned, the regular access to safe drinking water has to meet the everyday needs. So you have to be able to wash yourself, do dishes, do laundry, cook, clean, all of that. And if you can't do that, then that means the commitment isn't being met. And this $6 billion covers actuals for water, actuals for construction, actuals for upgrading, actuals for operation and maintenance. That is a commitment under this settlement agreement. And that, I think, is the biggest win of the agreement. Harry alluded to the ADR process earlier, and that is another part that is a win we would consider. So that if any First Nation thinks Canada isn't meeting the commitment that's set out, you first have to let them know. Then, under the agreement, Canada has an obligation to consult with you and to meet with you and learn and to talk through with you how it can meet that commitment as soon as possible. And through this process, Canada will pay 100% of the fees for you to get technical advice. So if you need technical advice to sort of understand what you need for your water system, you can get that at 100%. And then if you can't agree then, and you have a timeline of about 3 months to sort of figure this out, you can then trigger the dispute resolution process. And this, I think, is the biggest win of the ADR process. Because Canada, the bureaucrats, will have to come to your community, participate in your decision-making processes, participate in your language, and do things how you do things, and how your community wants to do things. And then still, at the end of the day, tell you that their efforts are reasonable. To be frank, I don't think they'll want to do that. So we consider that to be a win. And I mentioned the other parts about standards and governance, so we'll move forward. So the final slide. So it's also important to note that Canada's paying our legal fees completely separately from the funds going to class members. These funds have been negotiated separately and after we negotiated the settlement agreement so as to not impact the total money that's going to communities. As well, First Nations who accept the settlement agreement release Canada from all claims regarding their failure to provide or fund the provision of safe drinking water on reserve. Individual claims have already been released. So your individuals are part of the class no matter what, so their claims have been released, all relating to safe drinking water, nothing else. And this release ends on June 20th, 2021. So anything new that comes up, anything new related to your safe drinking water, say as of June 21st, that's a whole new claim. You haven't released anything going forward. So if something comes up, sue them again. You haven't released future claims. As well, for your members, compensation paid through this claims process of this settlement isn't intended to be considered income for tax purposes. And because it's not income, the compensation you receive under this agreement won't impact your social benefits or assistance that you receive from either the provinces or the federal government. So ODSP, Ontario Works, so on and so forth, EI, you won't get clawed back from that because you took money under the settlement agreement. That money is yours, it won't be taxed, and it won't be clawed back. Next. All right, and that was the bare bones of the settlement agreement. So I can take some questions here if there's time, but I'm also here until the end of the day. So please feel free to come and see me afterwards. Ask me the questions if we can't get to them now, but otherwise I'll be around. Miigwech.
Great. And the package is available?
Packages available.
Slide deck's available?
Yeah.
Okay. So I see a microphone on. I was just asked if the package is available. So we'll make sure that you have a copy of the package. I think it's on the OKT website. So if you look up the OKT website, I'm told it's on there. But if you'd like a copy, I think we can get the NAN staff to make sure we have copies. Proxy, Aziz.
Okay, bonjour, Miigwech, Darian. I have a question here regarding the BWAs. I know there are ongoing BWAs that keep popping up after this settlement was put. Are those people going to be compensated? Like for my community, our project is still ongoing. It's still under a BWA, and it's 9,962 days already, and the limitation for this and the compensation doesn't meet with us all these years, like 27 years. We're ongoing 27 years for BWA, and it doesn't meet us with these agreements that were agreed upon from the government. Like we're going to have 10,000 days by June 19 this year. Which is next month, and I don't know how the government is going to close the gap within 7 years, 8 years, with all these BWA we have. I think it's something we have to continue working on. So I just want to bring that up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Gary. On the first part about ongoing BWAs that pop up after the settlement agreement, as I mentioned, the release is only time limited to June 20th, 2021. So anything that occurs after that date, anything new that pops up, is a whole new claim. So if something comes up, then you can sue for that. Now, as far as how do we want to close the period, that I think is why Canada has its action plan and why we triggered or have an ADR process. So if you think Canada's taking way too long with its process, or it's taking way too long to bring clean, safe drinking water to community, then if you need to, you can trigger that alternative dispute resolution process under the settlement agreement and hurry that along. And as far as limitation periods go, this is the best deal we would have gotten under current Canadian legislation without fighting it out in the courts. So leadership, Gary, you're right. Damages for individual class members are subject to a synthetic federal limitations period. And I say synthetic because the court said synthetic, and I'm repeating it now. Synthetic means that it can be changed and it can be remade if needed. So the application of this limitations period you mentioned significantly reduces the individual compensation that people can make, or can get, especially elders who've lived under it their entire life. And the application of the same legislation, or application of this limitations legislation, sort of flies in the face of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, call to action number 26. Like many people have gone on about how these limitation periods are troubling and how they don't work for First Nations people. And we see this now. You asked the minister about that yesterday. All of this is important. So if the government doesn't like the fact that you keep bringing it up, that's on them. They can change the law. It's a them problem. But as the representative plaintiffs have said, even when we went through the community-based processes, the primary objective of this suit was to bring clean, safe drinking water to communities. They've also said that no amount of money can compensate for the harms experienced while living under water advisories. The courts have agreed on the same point, that concessions are tough compromises. These are tough compromises. But on a whole, there are significant benefits for the classes, particularly significant benefits for future generations who don't have access to clean drinking water now, but who will because of the settlement agreement and because of the commitment under the settlement agreement to provide forever clean, safe drinking water on reserves. So all that to say, on the limitations period issue, if the government doesn't like the heat you've put on them because of their laws, they can change that. It's as simple as that. Miigwech, Gary.
Miigwech, Proxy Pazis. Floor is open. Virtual forum as well. If you have any questions, hit the raise hand button. Did I miss? Oh, okay. The Youth Council rep.
Hi. So Shkarisa Council was wondering if, like, when the band submits a member list for the individuals, if that money is going to go directly to the individuals still, or if it's going to be sent to like the band to then disperse, like under the individuals class. And if it's the band that does that disbursement, is there going to be a requirement for them to disperse it a certain way? And then the second question is about the specified injuries for individuals. Like, are people who apply going to have to provide evidence of that injury, or is it just like they like accept it when you say it?
Yeah, thank you for your questions. So on the first one, the checks subject to local laws. So as long as, so each province does their own payments to minors differently. So as long as we're complying with that, the minor and every individual will get their check directly to them. So for those who submit a list, it asks who is the person, what was their last known address, and when were they living in community, and what was their band membership number. That is the list, basically. And so the check will come to the individual, subject to, again, local laws about who can receive what money. But as an adult, if you're over the age of 18, you'll get that directly to you. On the second point of specified injuries, no, the forms say that there's no evidence required, but you can submit evidence if you'd like. So specified injuries are those that if you've listened to the water advisory and still got sick or still got hurt, you can make a claim for that. So if you faced mental health issues because of the water advisory and have now anxiety, you don't want to drink the water, you don't trust the water, you can actually just check mark, I have this, and who you attempted to see for level 1 or level 2, who you got treatment from. And the list of who we accept is actually quite extensive. If you talk to an elder because of those same mental health issues, that's covered. Just write, I saw this elder. That's it. That's all you need. You don't need to provide evidence. You don't need to provide oral testimony. That's it. As well, sorry, one more point. If you saw an elder and got bush medicine, that's also covered. How you receive treatment and who you receive treatment from, we aren't too picky about.
Cool, thank you. Sorry, one more follow-up question if no one else is putting things up. So do you, is there gonna be a lot of claimants, I guess, under 18? And if so, are you holding the funds in trust for them? Is there gonna be it looks like a lot of money. Are you guys gonna be investing it, or is it gonna go to the First Nation to hold on to?
Totally. So I'm just writing that question because I'm going to need to follow up on that. So the intention right now is that if you're over, or depending on when you make the claim, you might be 18 by the time you receive the money, because you won't receive money until mid to late next year. So depending on that, who knows? But we're still working on the overall plan for payments to minors. It's an active discussion we're having now as a team as to what we do for minors. So I'll follow up on that next year.
Which on the virtual platform, we have Chief Robert Nakaji, Fort Albany First Nation. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Just a couple of questions, really. I had one question. First question is the list of First Nations, and the second question would be, will there be help and assistance on the ground to help the applicants? Thank you.
So on the first one, the list of First Nations, that's available online on our website. You can go on and search for impacted First Nations on firstnationsdrinkingwater.ca. And from there, you'll see the list of First Nations by province. As well, on all of our claims forms, all of the claims forms have every single community that's on our list as it stands today. And as for the second, will there be assistance on the ground? Absolutely. You can make that request to the administrator, Deloitte, for assistance in offsetting the costs for creating the band council confirmation list. So we have a plan on that. Now, when it comes to assisting individuals within your community, to working with elders in your community, sitting with them and making sure that their claims are filled out properly and rightly, we can come to your community. We can join them, we can sit with them, and we can make sure that their forms are done and done properly. And we've made a plan to do that. And it's invitation based. So if you want us to join, we can. If you want us to do a video call, we can do that. But ultimately, yes, there is going to be assistance on the ground in communities in a form and manner you like.
I got Chief Nakaji. I hope that addresses your question. Floor is open. Looking around the room, if there are any more questions? Chief Wesley.
How do you compensate the deceased?
Sorry, what was the beginning of that for deceased?
We have many members that have passed on.
Yeah.
How do you intend to compensate them?
Yeah, totally. So the first part is that we allow for compensation for the loved ones who have passed away since November 20th, 2017. So if you've passed away after that date, you can still make a claim. And those claims we have special forms for. And those ones really just ask, are you the right person to make the claim? And the forms sort of go into it in terms of, did they pass away with or without a will? And you'll need some evidence that they actually have passed away, but you'll also need evidence that you're actually the right person to make the claim on their behalf. But if they've passed away before 2017, then unfortunately, under the same rules of limitations, we can't. But that's not to say that you can't do something with the community compensation fund to redistribute or to redirect to their loved ones.
Another question? Youth Council? No? Okay. Looking around the room, I don't see any more hands going up. I'm just going to take another look at the virtual. Any hands up? I don't see any. So with that, one more call. Any more questions? I don't see any. So any final comments? I'll give it to Darian. Final comments, and then we'll close this session.
All right. So I guess in terms of the final comments, I'm very grateful to have been here with you all this week. And I want to thank those who have come to our table and have asked us hard questions. You know, I see the elder in the back. I forgot her name. I'm so sorry. She comes by and she asks us hard questions all day today. And it was really nice because it's those same hard questions that keep us humble and they keep us committed. And they also make sure that we know the agreement really well. So I'm very grateful to have been here all week. And I'm grateful to have been given some of your time as you go about your important decision-making processes as a region. So with that, thank you. And if you have other questions or even just follow-ups, please come and see me. We'll be around all afternoon. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Darian Baskin-Duang is a lawyer with OKT in Toronto. Again, he's available if you have any questions. So we're going to move right along on the agenda. It's about 2:45. We're a little bit behind, so we've got some issues to deal with. I'm going to turn it over to Cassandra to get us on the next item.
Have you noticed they always turn it over to me when there are issues to deal with about timing? Oh, well. All right. So next, I'd like to invite up Grand Chief Derek Fox, Infrastructure and Housing Director Mike McKay, and the AFN Infrastructure Department for Operations and Maintenance Policy Reform discussion.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chiefs, for your patience. We're nearing the end of day 3 here. I know that it's been a long 3 days, and I'm going to just get straight to it and call up our Housing and Infrastructure Director, Michael McKay, to get started here. Mike?
Thank you, Grand Chief. There should be a slide presentation. So we'll be inviting the AFN Craig Baker from First Nation Engineering Services and Matthew from AFN to provide an update on the operation and maintenance policy reform. But quickly, this stemmed from a resolution that was done at the Chiefs in Assembly back in 2018. It's Resolution 1850, Support for Operation Maintenance Policy Review. So just to provide a little bit of background, the current funding formulas and costs as identified in Indigenous Services Canada Operation and Maintenance Policy are outdated, inadequate, and do not provide sufficient funding for First Nations to protect and prolong the life of their community assets. The federal government only funds a portion of the estimated cost for operation maintenance of on-reserve community infrastructure, such as buildings, facilities like education, teacherages, schools, public works buildings, roads, bridges, streetlights. So all of that is, those are all federally funded assets that are captured through the reporting mechanism, and that's done every 3 years. It's called the Asset Conditioning Reporting System. So AFN is committed to working with First Nations and ISK to identify options for the implementation of a new O&M policy framework and formula that will reflect new infrastructure technologies as well as economic and environmental factors that will contribute to addressing the gap in First Nations. The NAN Education Infrastructure Needs Assessment was submitted to NAN for use in the development of a new framework. So this was a needs assessment that we worked on back in 2018, 2019, and we did receive a resolution supporting that needs assessment, but also directing NAN to submit it into this process here. So progress on that is the NAN continues to advocate for and support the operation and maintenance policy reform initiative, and that's why we've asked for an update today from AFN, since they're the ones leading that work at with the federal government. So currently there's a national First Nations infrastructure assessment that is underway, led by AFN. Today too, you'll probably see what was handed out was a resolution. A resolution on a NAN infrastructure assessment. And I talked about it a little bit earlier about there's an external mandate to Indigenous Services Canada to close the infrastructure gap by 2030. And so what we're asking leadership today is that something that's an assessment we'd like to work on, and once completed, is submitted into that process. We know, as we talked a little bit earlier about the infrastructure needs and challenges and the infrastructure crisis that is faced by communities. But I guess for now, I'll hand it over to AFN to get started on their presentation.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes, the host had to unmute me. Thanks everyone for having us. Thanks for inviting us to the Chief Spring Assembly. We're going to be going over the operations maintenance policy review that we've worked on previously. I can't seem to turn on my camera, so if the host could turn on my camera, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll just go through the slides. I just want to first acknowledge that the Assembly of First Nations is on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. And I'll just give you a quick intro. I'm Matthew George, Senior Policy Analyst in the infrastructure sector at Assembly of First Nations. And I'm a Ojibwe from Big Island First Nation in Treaty 3. And I have with me Craig Baker. Craig, if you could introduce yourself.
Thanks, Matthew. I've been working with the First Nation as an advisor on some of their initiatives the last 3 years. What started out as an O&M policy reform project has turned into, I think, something more substantial. And it's very much in line with what Mike and his group has been doing at Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Really got to commend Mike for looking at these long-term capital needs, because the one thing that we've been emphasizing with the federal government is we can't just look at O&M in isolation. We've got to look at O&M and capital. They've got to be looked at together if we're looking for any sustainability when it comes to First Nation infrastructure. So started as an O&M. Certainly it's morphed into something more than that. And Matthew's just going to take us to the path that the AFN is trying to lead on this.
Thanks, Craig. So yes, we worked on the O&M policy review with First Nation Engineering Services Limited. Part of that was just to look at it as a completely new policy. The old policy was disregarded. So they went through various recommendations, looked at things that were obsolete and negatively impacting First Nations. So that was almost an overhaul in terms of reviewing the old policy, and some new recommendations were given later on. The new policy was based on an asset management industry standards and best practices. Part of that was relied on our experts and technical advisory group, with Craig Baker being involved as well. The new policy was also reviewed by ISK and then the AFN Technical Working Group, which is a group of AFN technicians from across the country that provide their input on various policy matters that we are reviewing. The O&M review session started with engagement sessions. There was 10 nationwide. There was a consensus that an asset management approach to O&M is necessary, and that the majority of participants fully endorse moving to asset management planning for First Nations. The participants believe that asset management plans can be implemented in their communities within 5 years, provided the necessary funds, training, and support are provided to them. Based on direction from the engagement sessions, the new O&M policy was revised to address identification of additional assets to be eligible for ISK O&M funding, including additional categories of electrical generation, waste disposal facilities, solid waste transfer facilities, and pressure reducing valve chambers. And later in the slide, I know it's a term that's been brought up a few times here in the conference, is closing the infrastructure gap. So I'll touch on that towards the end of my presentation as well. If ISK does not provide sufficient funds for First Nations to follow accountability clauses and funding agreements with ISK is to immediately provide emergency funds to resolve health and safety issues as a result of insufficient funding. So maintaining water infrastructure to keep potable water, and obviously waste management is something that at times gets neglected, but will become an issue as population grows and there's more demand on waste transfer facilities. Again, continued, ISK is to request sufficient funds to cover all eligible capital and O&M expenditures. First Nations can determine levels of service appropriate for their community. This will need to be updated too as First Nations begin to migrate back to their own reserve as housing increases. There was $4 billion in the recent federal budget, which is not what the total ask was, but it will go to supplying some additional housing. So the infrastructure is going to need to be in place there to service them. Another recommendation: ISK must provide funding to ensure that training requirements for chief and council, management staff, operators are met to implement AMP. And this is a project that the AFN has also worked with in conjunction with Urban Systems. It's a train the trainer program that's been initiated. It's been going on in English and now in French. And I'll overview that as well towards the end. The new O&M policy and recommendations were submitted to ISK on November 7th, 2019, with obviously some back and forth. It's still going on between the AFN and ISK. Craig, did you want to maybe touch quickly on some of that back and forth after the submission?
Sure, and everybody's got to realize this is a paradigm shift in what we're suggesting, that we don't continually use that current O&M funding model that was totally inadequate, and I really don't know how many of the NAN communities actually keep the lights on when it comes to water and wastewater treatment plants based on what you're being funded to run them. So when we got the ISK people and headquarters on board, you've got to look at capital at the same time. We can't keep siloing this approach when it comes to capital and O&M. Infrastructure is a long game. So what has kind of evolved out of that is all of a sudden we've got this year, last year it started, is saying, hey, we want to close this infrastructure gap for First Nations by 2030. Well, that includes capital. And we know we can't continue on in the same process that you get approvals on your capital projects. It's inefficient. It's puts the First Nations in a terrible situation where they have to lobby to get a new water treatment plant. It takes you 10 years to hit the reality of a commission plant. And as soon as we bring on a new water treatment plant, we blow out the wastewater treatment system. And then you have to start lobbying on that. We've got to get out of that mold. So this is why, and then COVID hit, so that slowed us all down. But this is why that policy hasn't moved, because we don't have the numbers. We don't know what the real capital need is for every First Nation. So the work that Mike's group doing, it is so positive. I'm glad the chiefs are on board with what he's trying to do there, trying to come up with what this need is. Once you get a determination of the need, you can start working on solutions. So that's why the policy hasn't come into force, but there has been some benefits to it. And Matthew's going to touch on those shortly when it comes to getting sub movements for additional O&M to be funded to First Nations.
Thanks, Craig. The new O&M policy and its recommendations comprises the main policy statements and 5 appendices, and I'll just touch on these quickly. The policy statements state that ISK is to adopt asset management planning for determining O&M funding requirements. First Nations levels of service are to meet or exceed provincial, federal levels of service, whichever is higher. First Nation members are to be given preference for employment in on-reserve O&M activities. Again, requests to acquire, renew, or replace assets are to consider the long-term goals of the community, the risks, and the full life cycle costs of ownership. The AMP, Asset Management Plan, shall ensure compensation for First Nation staff are equivalent to comparable municipal positions. We've had some engagement sessions with water technicians who operate reserve water facilities, wastewater facilities, and there's been a human resource issue there where the O&M funding is insufficient. Their pay is insufficient compared to the local municipalities. After being trained, they are leaving sometimes to work at the municipalities to better provide for their family. And you got to do what you have to. So in all fairness, they do deserve to have a fair wage in comparison to municipal positions. And there's also staffing issues where they only still fund one operator. But the person is working 24/7 with no vacation. So there needs to be an increase there just to have funds for support staff. Like any position, you get sick, things happen. You should be getting 2 weeks vacation. So there's a lot of things that need to be touched on there. The appendices of the O&M policy review were the asset management plan requirements, schedule of deployment, enhanced asset condition reporting system, e-acres, which ISK is beginning to promote, and we have some initiatives in the works here too, as we work with our ISK partners. Operations maintenance funding recommendations, asset management compliance requirements. Craig, did you want to add anything at all in summary?
No, and
No.
this is just broad strokes right here.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the way things are evolving, we're going to see probably substantial changes in the future regarding how capital is funded, and that could impact what these current appendices are all about.
Thanks. Just a quick overview. They have the appendices in the back. The maintenance and management plans and capacity development. The capacity development section outlines that ISK is to ensure the First Nations and technical organizations are provided funding, training, and support to ensure First Nation communities are provided services at an industry accepted level. It also had a summary of the AM pilots projects that went on across the country. The AMP pilots provided insight into the state of infrastructure within the studied First Nations. Lessons learned were First Nations typically do not account for O&M activities on an asset-by-asset basis. This makes it obviously difficult to put together an appropriate FNIP or look at long-term infrastructure capital needs. The data indicates funding shortfalls for O&M is chronic, and I'm sure all the chiefs here and admin staff are well aware of that. All pilots indicated there is sizable backlog of required capital renewal and replacements. Craig, did you want to add anything there?
Sure. If you're fortunate enough to get your new water treatment plant, we know at some point you have to start inputting capital inputs to sustain it. We're going to have to replace pumps after 8 years. We're going to have to start replacing, maybe it's a membrane filter. We're going to have to start replacing the membrane filters after year 10. So we want to make sure with asset management planning, we're developing that long-term plan that's not only talking about new assets, new subdivision developments, as one chief was talking about today. We're talking about what do we need to sustain what we've got? Because the O&M funding that was coming in for a brand new water treatment plant wasn't close to taking care of you when you started having valves failing, starting having pumps failing, starting to have filters failing. There was no money in the budget to address those. So that's what we want to ensure, that if we start acquiring new infrastructure, we are also recognizing that we have to lock in what the long-term O&M cost is, the real cost for the sustainability of that piece of infrastructure.
Thanks, Craig. Just a quick recap of O&M funding at the federal level. I'm sure all of you are aware of these numbers. Budget 2019 invested $605 million over 4 years, beginning in 2020, 2021, with $184 million per year ongoing thereafter to improve support for operations and maintenance of water and wastewater systems.
And Matthew, that's an increase over the current funding level.
Mm-hmm. The 2020 fall economic statement included $606 million over 6 years, beginning in 2020, 2021, and $114 per year ongoing thereafter. Minister Miller did state that the intention is to move to 100% O&M funding based on a funding formula, and we are currently still working with ISK on the overview and overhaul of those funding formulas, which are outdated. The Assembly of First Nations is working with ISK to determine costing exercises and studies to inform budget 2023 for O&M and capital infrastructure needs. Again, with the latest 2022 budget, a lot of people were disappointed with it. Obviously, likely a lot of that had to do with a lot of expenditures on the COVID and the pandemic. So the 2022 budget was quite disappointing, but we are working on a increased and large ask for 2023. And it does take a lot of work to cost out what the O&M needs are and the capital infrastructure needs are across the country and per each region. Craig, before I move on, do you want to add anything?
No, that's good. I just want to emphasize, when Minister Miller announced he wants to go to 100% O&M funding, he's talking about that current formula that they use to allocate you O&M for water and wastewater in your community buildings. Throw those formulas in the garbage. It's an improvement, it's more, but it's still not the reality that we need to make sure we can sustain these pieces of infrastructure when we're fortunate enough to get them. And it shouldn't be that way, but step in the right direction. Asset management planning, the whole theory of that is you create a budget that is the correct and sustainable budget for that piece of infrastructure.
Thanks, Craig. Oh, not sure why that's blank. So next steps, this is what would be at the back end of the policy review. Assist ISK with their requirements to revise the current O&M policy that's in the works. Leverage existing databases and processes. Part of this has to move from ACRES to the e-ACRES system as well. Develop a coherent training strategy to implement AMP. We have developed that the trainer program to inform chief and council and band staff of what asset management planning entails. Develop budgets to address current O&M and capital need shortfalls. Develop budgets to implement AMP training requirements. So very broad, with the end goal of having First Nations on their own forecast short and long-term infrastructure needs in their own community. Craig, anything to add there?
No, I think that's
No.
good.
Okay. It's been touched on a couple times. I did hear it come up. It was a Prime Minister's Office mandate that went out to his cabinet ministers for closing the infrastructure gap by 2030 with First Nations and other Indigenous groups in Canada. In the Special Chiefs Assembly, which we had here in 2021 in December, passed a resolution to direct the AFN to advocate on behalf of First Nations to close the infrastructure gap by 2030. The AFN will use findings from the National Infrastructure Needs Study to work with ISK on a strategy to address the shortfalls in funding, which will be used to inform budget 2023. So this work we started in January. We meet with ISK on a weekly, sometimes bi-weekly basis to develop projects that look at how to identify the costs associated with that gap. I'll quickly touch on to the National Infrastructure Needs Study, which we just completed in the next couple of slides. Work is underway on a short and long-term strategy to identify costs to close the infrastructure gap with First Nations. We developed a short and long-term strategy. It's in its draft stages of all the necessary costing exercises, projects that would need to be done at a high level, but also within the First Nation community to fully estimate sort of what the cost would be across Canada with First Nations to close the gap, because it's still a lacking number. Craig, anything?
Yeah, Matthew, I just want to add here. Many of the chiefs in the meeting today are probably aware that ISK regional office sent a letter to every First Nation asking them to provide their long-term capital needs by June 22nd of this year. Matthew and I tried to tell the headquarters people at ISK that First Nations don't have those numbers. And I heard some of the chiefs talking about this construction escalation that I've been doing this a long time. I've been working infrastructure for over 40 years. I've never seen construction cost escalation so great in my career before. So it's like we're trying to get a handle on this. Meanwhile, we've got runaway costs. Indigenous Services Canada doesn't even comprehend how bad the situation is when it comes to infrastructure shortfalls within your communities. These initiatives are so critical and important to get them to understand how bad it is. And it's hard to believe that the federal government wouldn't understand this, but when they think that every First Nation has their hands on what their long-term capital needs costs are, most don't. And why would you work or spend a minute trying to figure out what it is when you know there wasn't a chance in heck that you're going to get it funded? So we do have a government that's asking us what those long-term needs is. I think it's to everybody's best interest to try and come up with some numbers. I think a lot of First Nations are going to have a hard time getting it to get those numbers together by June 22nd. But I stress, do what you can, get your numbers in, because I think it's going to be a very eye-opening experience for our friends at Indigenous Services Canada when they see what kind of numbers we're talking about.
Thanks, Craig. So I'll quickly just touch on the First Nation Assets Needs Study, which we completed with Associated Engineering. It's completed its final draft. We are just finalizing the French translation, at which point it'll be approved and sent out publicly on our website for everyone to review. Project objectives was to capitalize on momentum built through previous initiatives. Also to define the 20-year investment needs across the 634 First Nations communities for asset renewal, upgrades, expansion, and new builds. It also considered operations and maintenance funding, capital investments in upgrading water and wastewater facilities. And the goal was to provide background data and cost substantiation to inform the next stage of O&M policy development. Though in summary, the findings within the First Nations Asset Needs Study indicated that over a period of 20 years, 73 billion was needed across Canada for First Nations for sustainment. So almost, I would say, refurbishing existing infrastructure, accounting, or that would be 23 billion, 12.1 to accommodate for growth as First Nations population and demographics grow, and some move back to their home communities. And then also 3.2 billion to account for upgrades to meet new building codes, to bring them up to level of adjacent municipalities or whatever building codes are being regulated in their provinces. And also the hugest gap, which was almost 50% of that 73 billion, was the lack of sufficient O&M funding, which needed to be increased 34.3 billion over the 20-year period. And that worked out to 3.7 billion per year, which, I mean, if you look at it on a per year basis, what First Nations need is it's not that much, but it's something that still needs to be accounted for in upcoming federal budgets. The forecast of 73 billion did not account for improved levels of service, as well as it was touched on in the previous presentations, climate adaptation, so building and accounting for resilient infrastructure. While there are some published percent increases of what you need to factor in to infrastructure to adapt to climate change, a lot of those figures are for buildings in urban centers. And obviously with First Nations on reserve having more rural and remote locations, we didn't really want to touch on that yet. And we are going to do our own study and cost estimates on it, specifically for First Nations, given they're more vulnerable to climate change and often more rural and remote locations, obviously, than urban centers. So even though that 73 billion is there's still a lot of other additional items to account for. So improved levels of service, climate change, as well as closing the infrastructure gap. Craig, do you have anything else to add there?
Just stress, this is for federally funded assets. It doesn't include housing, does not include education facilities.
Mm-hmm. And just touching on that quickly, that 73 billion over 20 years, minus climate change and improved levels of service. I just want to briefly touch on two studies that the AFN also conducted, which were likely in the news as well. And at our A&M, our asset management conference, our education sector indicated that over the next 5 years, First Nations require 3.8 billion for new construction additions and planning for schools. At the current rate of investments from the government of Canada, First Nations are only funded 23% of what is required. We also had a very exhaustive housing study that was conducted by our housing sector. In the end, the results found that the total current needs for housing and First Nation communities on reserve is 43.7 billion. And they also looked at future needs to address instances like homelessness and also youth wanting to move back to their home communities. And that was 15.7 billion. So collectively, the total number for that alone for housing was $59.4 billion. And if you add those three things together, that total requirement by First Nations across Canada for housing, education, and the current core infrastructure is $136.2 billion over 20 years, which is a need of at least 6.81 billion per year. And again, this doesn't factor in things like climate resiliency, improved levels of service, or the infrastructure gap, which needs to be costed still. Craig, you have anything to add there?
No, it's just, I think you hit it right on. We still aren't talking about fire protective services, paramedical services, just all aerodromes. What's huge in NAN territory, I think we have 19, 20 First Nations are dependent on airports, and we know many of them do not meet current standards. So this list is, we're putting pieces of the puzzle together to get to the total picture, but there's still work to be done to get us to an equivalent level of service. And the numbers are huge. And it's going to be, I think, not an easy path forward if the federal government thinks we can close this gap by 2030. I think that's a noble goal, but I don't know if it's a realistic goal based on the work that's got to be done.
Thanks, Greg. Just a quick overview of our AFN infrastructure sector activities. It's some projects that I'm working on along with Irving, Bing LeBlanc, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, and Craig, acting as our advisor, is also assisting us with these projects. We currently have the Train the Trainer programming, which I discussed on previously, to promote and instruct chief and council and band staff on what asset management planning entails, what it looks like, and how to best implement it in their own communities. Again, that helps to obviously forecast short and long-term infrastructure needs in your community as you're working on your budgets with ISK. The National First Nations Infrastructure Needs Study, which I just touched on, that's finalized. Just got to get it approved, and we'll be issuing it all publicly for review by everybody. We are also currently finalizing the candidates for the Asset Management Comprehensive Pilot projects. It'll be 1 or 2 projects funded by ISK that look at developing asset management plans in about 5 to 10 First Nation communities. Whether that's dependent on whether it's 1 or 2 projects. And it'll look at developing sort of a template that can be used for First Nations across the country as it gets in its final stages. And it's about a 2-year project. We also have, it's in the works and it's in its draft stages, the First Nations Fire Protection Strategy. I also want to thank Nan, Michael McKay, and Elliot Shimmons, who contributed in its early stages and gave us some feedback, which we used and carried into the First Nations Fire Chiefs meeting. These are 2 engagement sessions with about 35 First Nation fire chiefs from across the country, pretty much in every province across Canada. And it has we had one session about 4 hours long, just going over all the issues that First Nations fire chiefs deal when trying to manage and run their fire departments. We had a guest, Deputy Minister Christiane Fox, in that session. So there is a lot of interest by ISK, and it seems they're willing to work with us on developing sort of the new funding requirements to improve fire protection for First Nations on reserve. I mean, it's been in the news almost on a regular basis of loss of life for First Nation fires due to poor road infrastructure, hydrants that don't have any water going to them, or hydrants that bleed water within 3 minutes. So there's a lot of work that this First Nations fire protection strategy is looking at, and there's a lot of funding issues which will need to be addressed. And we also have our second engagement session next week with the findings of the surveys that went out as part of the strategy, and also an overview of the First Nation fire chiefs issues that they want highlighted and included in the strategy. And we have a guest, Minister Patty Haidu, who's going to be joining the First Nation fire chiefs and listening to their stories and the problems they face when trying to respond to fire on reserve, faulty telecommunication equipment, poor road signage, poor road infrastructure, things like that. So a lot of interest from ISK and a lot of interest from our First Nation fire chiefs who, for the most part, work on a volunteer basis to provide safety to their community. So it was good to have all of them involved. Next, we're also working on this with Craig and his team there at First Nation Engineering Services, is the tendering policy review report. This has to do similar to the O&M policy review. We are reviewing, critiquing, and providing recommendations to the current ISK tendering policy policies that impact First Nations on reserve infrastructure projects. So it's looking at updating the old dollar value thresholds, making recommendations on instances like bid bonds and performance bonds that hinder receipts of tenders and sometimes negatively impact First Nation procurement and being able to hire First Nation companies who are just starting. So it's looking at sort of high level things of the current tendering policy and making recommendations to ISK to alleviate the administrative burden of the current tendering policy for bands across the country to better implement their own infrastructure projects on reserve. Apart from that, we have the close the infrastructure gap by 2030 plus, as Craig noted. I mean, there's tons of infrastructure projects, housing projects that need to be built. And if anyone has a major project in their area, you know, it can take 1 to 2 years plus to build. So to build all the infrastructure by 2030 is it's a nice goal to look to, but obviously it's going to go beyond that. So at the AFN, we're working with ISK to identify the costs of that gap, to bring it up to sort of standards that other citizens in Canada get to have in terms of essential and core infrastructure, but also look at the more long-term strategy of how do we close the gap for all the infrastructure and housing projects that don't get built by 2030. It was also brought up briefly by one of the chiefs, or a few of the chiefs, about the high costs of construction. The AFN was looking at this. I did get some costing debriefs from cost consultants that work across Canada on $1 million or $1 billion projects. And you know, it's the outlook isn't good, just in urban centers since 2019 when the pandemic began, and we were seeing costs of construction rise by 20% to even 40%, depending on where you were and which urban center you were located in. And given First Nations projects generally see, you know, an increase of $25, $50 per square foot more than projects in First Nation communities. I mean, they're hit even harder by these high costs of construction and supply chain issues. It's sort of stopped, and it's hovering around the same levels. It's dipped a bit, but it's still impacting on reserve construction projects across Canada. So we are working with the National Chief's Office to get support in funding, emergency funding from ISK to help address some of the infrastructure projects, housing projects that have been hindered or put on hold because of these high costs of construction. I mean, some of the budgets and funding you got were based on old cost estimates, and a lot of these First Nations that started their projects got tenders back, and the numbers are double. So yay, you got the money, and everyone was excited to get the project going, but then these cost escalations are putting a damper on all the infrastructure that's needed. So where that's on the works or in the works, it is hard to factor across the country how each First Nation is impacted, but we are working on that and with this to get emergency funding to assist nations where they've had their projects impeded by cost escalation. That's about it from me for the overview of our upcoming activities. Craig, did you want to add anything there?
No, I just want to emphasize that if the First Nations haven't got their long-term capital needs into the region, I still think it's an important exercise for them to undertake to try and get them to understand what these real needs are. And the one thing I've been saying, well, who's going to be the keeper of these long-term capital needs? And the work that Mike's group is doing on a treaty level probably makes so much sense that that once you develop these long-term capital plans for individual First Nations, they can be adjusted on an annual basis. It's not locked in stone, but it's something that maybe NAN can think about moving forward, because we're not getting a straight answer from this. They have not said that, yeah, once we get these information into us this year, we're going to maintain it and we're going to track it. I tried to get them to tell me what the strategy is, and I don't think there is a strategy. They just told me I was asking a complicated question. So that's something that I think, Mike, keep on top of that. I think you're moving in the right direction.
Thanks, Craig. And that's it for me and Craig. Miigwech, thanks for having us. And again, if you have any questions, I believe there's a Q&A period here too following this presentation, but if something pops in your mind related to the presentation, feel free to send it to infrastructure@afn.ca. Thank you very much for having us. Very grateful. Thanks.
All right, Miigwech for the presentation. I do just want to make a note that we will be providing you with printouts of the presentation, so those will be distributed shortly. And so for the time being, we will open the floor for comments or questions, and of course virtually. Please use the raise your hand function if you're joining in virtually. Any comments or questions? Any comments or questions? All right, so if no comments or questions, we will move on to our next session. So I'll just give one more call out. Any comments, questions? Okay. So we'll move along with our agenda. Next, we will be doing the in-camera session with Grand Chief Derek Fox, and I'll pass it to my co-chair, Adam.
Miigwech, Cassandra. So again, the next item is in camera. I believe it's the same as the last in-camera session, which means we'll shut off the